So, hello everyone, and welcome to tonight's public council meeting. I want to get this rolling and on time, so away we go. So I will call to order the meeting. This meeting has been called to order. I will ask for an adoption of the agenda.
I gotta do the octave offer.
Sorry?
I have to do it
Oh,
now.
sorry. You go ahead, Shelley.
Your worship, all public meetings of Moncton City Council are simultaneously translated. Hearing assistant devices are available at the entrance of the council chambers. Members of the public have the right to address City Council in the official language of their choice. Meetings are broadcast live in both official languages on the city's YouTube channel, accessible via moncton.ca, and will also be aired at 9 p.m. this evening on rogerstv.com. Individuals who have registered with the city clerk's office at least 7 days prior to the meeting agenda deadline will be allocated 5 minutes to deliver their presentation. All other public presenters will be allocated 2 minutes. A 1-minute warning will be provided to indicate the time remaining. An important reminder: all presenters, city staff, and council members are expected to conduct themselves respectfully at all times. Disparaging remarks, offensive languages, or profane expressions directed towards council, staff, or members of the public will not be permitted. Any breach of this code of conduct may result in the presenter being directed to leave the council chambers at the discretion of the chair. Toutes les séances publiques du Conseil municipal de Moncton sont traduites simultanément. Des appareils d'aide à l'audition sont disponibles à l'entrée de la salle du Conseil. Les membres du Conseil ont le droit de s'adresser au Conseil municipal dans la langue officielle de leur choix. Les séances sont diffusées en direct dans les 2 langues officielles sur la chaîne YouTube de la ville de Moncton, accessible sur le site moncton.ca, et seront également diffusées à 21h ce soir sur rogerstv.com. Les personnes qui se sont inscrites auprès du bureau de la greffière municipale au moins 7 jours avant la date limite du dépôt de l'ordre du jour de la séance disposeront de 5 minutes pour faire leur présentation. Tout autre intervenant public disposeront de 2 minutes. Un avertissement d'1 minute sera donné pour indiquer le temps restant. Un rappel important: tous les intervenants, le personnel municipal et les membres du conseil municipal sont tenus de se comporter de manière respectueuse en tout temps. Les remarques désobligeantes, le langage offensant ou les expressions grossières à l'égard du conseil municipal, du personnel ou des membres du public ne seront pas tolérés. Tout manquant à ce code de conduite pourra entraîner l'expulsion de l'intervenant de la salle du conseil à la discrétion du président.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. At this point, I will call for a adoption of the agenda.
There is
Any
one.
changes?
Yes, there is one addition, and
Okay.
I apologize. The library board will be here to give a presentation. Council received their presentation on Thursday afternoon.
Okay, good. So with that change, Councillor Butler, you wish to move? Seconded by Councillor Steves. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? We didn't need a show of hands, did we?
Yep.
Okay, show of hands. Everything's going to be show of hands. Motion passes. Madam City Clerk.
Next would be conflict of interest, les déclarations des conflits d'intérêts.
Seeing no conflicts of interest.
Next would be adoption of minutes, les adoptions des procès-verbaux. This evening, there are 2 regular public council meetings of February 2nd and February 17th.
So I will ask for a motion. Okay, sorry. I will ask for a motion. Councillor Bourgeois, your light was on first. I assume you want to move or have a question?
I have something to say about the second one, so I'll skip for now. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Legier, you wish to move? Okay, and seconder, Councillor Butler. Councillor Bourgeois, did you have something to say? Yeah. Hold on, let me get your light.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le maire suppléant. In the the deuxième procès-verbal, 17th of February, we did something that was not right. I think everybody's who was involved is aware of it, but I just want to make sure that maybe for this meeting, it is noted in the minutes that what we did was not correct. I'm not sure if we need to correct it, but anyways, in the minutes, we had an amendment that was presented, moved and seconded. Then there was a discussion about the amendment, and at the end, we skipped over the amendment and we voted for the original motion. So there was an amendment, and the way that it was worded, the final version of what we adopted incorporated the amendment, but the amendment was never voted on. So I'm not sure, legally speaking, how we correct that. It's not a major issue, but because I'm assuming, and this is where the problem lies, I'm assuming that everybody was in agreement with the amendment because we voted for it in the full motion, but I just want to make sure that there's no legal hiccups that somebody somewhere down the road will say, well, wait a minute, there was an amendment that was just left floating there.
Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Sorry?
Which item?
It would be the February 17th, 2026 minutes, correct?
Yeah, page, I don't know, the pages aren't numbered, so I don't know. Give me a second, I'll count them.
No, I meant which item was it? Was it the senior center item that we're speaking of?
Just let me find it. It was under section 9, reports and recommendations from committees and private meetings, and the original motion was, I think, concerning the senior center. Yes. And there was a motion made, and then there was an amendment made, and we voted on the motion with the amendment included, but the amendment could not be included because the mover and seconder didn't insert it inside the original motion.
So that's 9.3.
Yeah, I'm reading through them.
Yeah.
It states Councillor Bourgeois proposed the following amendment to the original motion. Councillor Legier indicated that as a mover of the original motion, he'd be willing. Okay.
Right, and I have no problem with it, and
Yep.
but it's not Councillor Leger's decision to include my amendment. And the mover does not have any authority to absorb an amendment. So I just want to make sure we are clear that we didn't do anything illegal.
I would defer
yeah.
to
I see
Mr.
Nick
Robichaud.
is, got his light on.
I mean, I haven't had a chance to review these minutes or go back and look at that. So I mean, if we want to postpone approving this set of minutes, take them out, approve the first set, and we can review this and just make
Okay.
sure we're capturing the record properly.
So can we adopt it in principle, and if there's nothing illegal, then we?
Sure.
Okay.
You're okay with that, Councillor Bourgeois?
Yeah, if, as long as it's noted in the minutes, and.
It is today, yep, and thank you for that, I appreciate it. Seeing no other questions on the minutes, so they've been moved and seconded, so is this electronic vote or show of hands? This is show of hands vote, so all those in favor signify by saying aye, or showing hands, passes unanimously, no opposed. Madam City Clerk.
There are no consent agendas. Il n'y a pas de questions soumises à l'approbation du Conseil. Next would be public and administration presentations, exposés de public et de l'administration, and there are 3 public presentations today. The first is a presentation from New Brunswick Crime Stoppers. Sergeant Julie Goulet is here. Yes,
Yep,
there
she
she is. She's going to come to the mic.
Good evening, Sergeant.
Work?
Yep,
Yes.
Good
Okay.
evening and welcome.
Good evening.
Bienvenue.
Bienvenue. Thank you for having me today. So I'm going to present to you the Crime Stoppers program. I think this is a program that could be beneficial considering the situation in the city at this moment. So I'm a sergeant with the RCMP, and I'm the provincial coordinator for the program. So Crime Stoppers is a program that is community-based, and it's helping to stop, solve, and prevent crime together in the community. So it's, like I said, it's a community-based program, it was on one officer's vision, Detective Greg McAleese, who developed the program in Albuquerque, New Mexico in 1976. So Detective McAleese was promoted to the major crime unit of the Albuquerque, New Mexico police. Is actually from Canada, from New Brunswick, and from Moncton. So it's quite a coincidence. So he was working in the major crime unit, and he was investigating a robbery of a gas station where the gas attendant had been shot, but he was still alive. So Detective McAleese was trying to solve the offense, and he promised the mother of the deceased, or the victim, that he was going to solve the crime. So after 2 weeks of investigation, he couldn't find any suspects and had no leads. So he decided to create a reenactment video that the local TV station posted on their TV at 10:45 at night. And they offered a $1,000 reward in 1976. So they posted the video at 10:45 at night, and by 8 o'clock in the morning the next day, the crime was solved. And that was the catalyst to starting the Crime Stoppers program. And so the program in general, it's the public, the media, and law enforcement agencies. So we have all levels, municipal, provincial, and federal in the province. We moved from Rogers TV, radio, to more social media-based media. So we have a YouTube channel, a Facebook page, and we have a really good website. Crime Stoppers is composed of a provincial executive board, all volunteers, and 12 chapters throughout the province that represents approximately the RSCs. And we have a chapter in the southeast region from which Moncton, Dieppe, Riverview is part of. So how does it work? So to ensure that tips would come in, the program promises anonymity. So a tipster never has to provide any personal information, doesn't have to go to court. So only information on crime. And in order to get some tips, Crime Stopper promises offers cash awards when the tips are sufficient enough in detail that it advances an investigation, helps solve a crime, and there's an arrest, seizure of goods, drugs, or weapons, or recovered property. So tangible results. So most people don't want the cash award. So I'd like to point that out. People want to do good for the community by solving crime. And another aspect of Crime Stoppers is that it's funded and operated by the general public. So you'll ask yourself, why am I here? I'm the liaison between the Crime Stoppers program. We get the tips. The tips are sent to the police of jurisdiction and are investigated. The results are then sent back to Crime Stoppers with suggestions of award for some tips. So we recently celebrated 40 years, just last year, in the province. We're still active and building back up after a bit of COVID slowdown. All these tips over the 40 years have have only cost the community $242,000 in award payments, which is really not a lot of money if you think about all the crimes that have been solved. And you look at the statistics on this page, 9.7 million in stolen property recovered, and drugs off the street, and arrests made. So I'll just go quickly over how to do a tip. So you can either go on our secure web form on the website, which is crimeandb.ca. And I have distributed to the city councilors a card where you have all the information that I'm giving you here. And on our website, of course, and members of the public as well, crimeandb.ca. And we also still have our 1-800-222-TIPS phone line that is functioning and in French and English and operates. And you can also use a P3 app on your phone, but the app is only in English because it's been developed by P3, which is an American company. So those are the 3 ways that you can submit a tip. And Crime Stoppers want your information, not your name. So I figure that this is a good program that would be beneficial for the city. We can do for businesses and city properties placards, stickers to incite people to report crime. And that's it. So, thank you very
That's
much
great.
for your time.
Thank you, Merci. So we have a procedure that we ask for you to stick around if you can.
Okay.
And council will go through all the public presentations. And if we have any questions, we'll call you back up to the mic at that
Okay.
point.
Perfect.
Good, thank you.
La deuxième présentation, c'est une présentation de Philomène Zangio-Tasmin. C'est la deuxième décennie internationale des personnes descentes africaines 2025-2034. Vous pouvez y aller.
Oh, une minute.
Bonjour
Bonjour.
tout le monde. Comme on vient de mentionner, je m'appelle Philomène Zangio. Je suis membre de la communauté d'Afro-descendante du Nouveau-Brunswick. Je suis la présidente sortante de la Commission des droits de la personne. Aujourd'hui, précisément, je vais vous parler de la décennie internationale des personnes d'ascendance africaine. Avant que je commence, je voudrais symboliquement reconnaître les ancêtres des personnes d'ascendance africaine morts dans la résistance pour défendre la dignité africaine, qu'il s'agit de ceux qui sont morts sur le continent mère en Afrique, ceux qui sont morts sur la déportation, ceux qui sont morts sur la terre, les terres où vous et moi, nous sommes actuellement. Et ces personnes m'ont donné la force que je peux me tenir devant vous. Et l'association à laquelle je travaille, c'est le Conseil des personnes d'ascendance africaine. Ce Conseil des personnes d'ascendance africaine existe depuis 2015. Elle a été mise en place par les personnes motivées par l'initiative de la décennie internationale des personnes d'ascendance africaine qui invite les États membres de l'ONU de renforcer les mesures et d'activités pour garantir aux personnes d'ascendance africaine leur plein droit et l'égalité de participer à la société sous tous les aspects. Le principe de cette association, c'est nous, les personnes d'ascendance africaine, on unit nos forces pour bâtir un monde plus juste et pour que nous puissions contribuer au développement économique. Et si je peux vous donner un peu les statistiques des personnes d'ascendance africaine, plus précisément celles de la communauté noire, en 2021, les personnes qui se sont déclarées noires sont 1 547 000 personnes, qui représentent presque 4% de la population du Canada. Au Nouveau-Brunswick, la population noire est de 12 000. Ils sont de 12 157. Ils ont la même taille que la ville de Bathurst. Économiquement, si on mettait tous les Noirs du Nouveau-Brunswick dans un seul coin, nous habiterons la ville de Bathurst. Et dans les 25 dernières années, les immigrants venant de la francophonie, surtout de l'Afrique subsaharienne, donc qui ont la couleur un peu foncée comme moi, il y a eu une augmentation de 514%, donc qui représente un bon nombre pour l'économie de la province ou l'économie même de la ville. Et si on parle des engagements internationaux, donc la décennie, le Canada a ratifié plusieurs traités qui demandent à ce qu'il y ait des justices faites pour les peuples d'ascendance africaine. Ces engagements donnent l'obligation à la province comme à la ville de pouvoir tenir proactivement à ce que les mémoires et l'histoire des personnes d'ascendance africaine puissent tenir compte de leurs existences. Donc la décennie, elle est là, elle est présente, elle a été ratifiée par le Canada. Nous avons eu une deuxième décennie parce que la première n'a pas eu assez d'engagement. Si la deuxième décennie, on demande à toutes les institutions, qui soient la ville, de prendre des engagements avec cette communauté. Donc les engagements que le gouvernement fédéral a pris, il a investi assez d'argent pour les communautés d'ascendance africaine. Donc, l'appui en termes d'argent, il était de 860 millions de dollars qui ont été mis pour appuyer les personnes d'ascendance africaine à travers le gouvernement. Alors, il y a eu ces appuis à travers l'initiative qu'on appelle Initiative Appuyer les communautés noires du Canada, dont je viens de vous le mentionner, qui a quasiment eu 860 millions de dollars. Alors, c'était pour renforcer les capacités. Vous pouvez voir les organismes qui soutiennent ces communautés. Il y en a 4. Et il y a un qui est à Toronto, l'autre à Halifax, à Montréal et à Edmundston. Mais nous sommes dans la province du Nouveau-Brunswick, donc la réalité est complètement différente de tous ces organismes. Donc, je viens de citer. Mais tout ceci, on manque cette opportunité parce que les institutions, la ville, les municipalités manquent d'accompagner les personnes d'ascendance africaine dans la région du Nouveau-Brunswick, dans la province du Nouveau-Brunswick, qui est la seule province officiellement bilingue, et la ville de Moncton étant aussi la ville bilingue. Donc, si nous n'avons pas ces opportunités, c'est très difficile pour que nous puissions bénéficier de l'engagement donc le Canada a pris au niveau international. Le 25 mars passé, nous avons eu une reconnaissance historique au niveau de l'ONU. Donc, le commerce transatlantique des esclaves a été connu comme les crimes les plus graves connus de l'humanité. Et nous avons ces personnes dans nos communautés et nous avons besoin maintenant de pouvoir passer de l'action à l'acte. Dans ceci, je vais de vous présenter une motion. Vu les temps, je vous ai passé sur, vous devez l'avoir dans vos filières, cette motion que je présente à la ville. Donc, nous voulons que nous passions de l'invisibilité à la responsabilité. Donc, sur ce, comme vous pouvez voir, je vous ai donné l'information dans vos filières. L'histoire a parlé, il a nommé, il a reconnu, il a été éclairé. La question n'est plus de savoir si nous devons agir. La question est comment on choisit de le faire ici à Moncton. Car une ville qui reconnaît les torts, c'est une ville qui avance. Une ville qui agit, c'est une ville qui ressemble. Une ville qui écoute toutes les voix est une ville qui grandit. Sur ce, je vous demanderai de prendre le temps attentivement de lire la motion que je vous ai présentée et pouvoir tenir compte des personnes d'ascendance africaine qui se trouvent dans nos communautés. Ceci termine quasiment ma présentation pour aujourd'hui et je vous remercie de m'avoir écouté. Mais avant que vous puissiez terminer, je vais quand même vous dire pourquoi je vous présente cette motion. Cette motion est présentée à cause de l'historique qu'on a dans notre province. La personne aujourd'hui, elle a un nom, elle s'appelle Philomène. Mais dans le passé, dans les journaux, le Gazelle, cette personne n'avait pas le nom. Elle s'appelait Jeune fille nègre, en bonne santé, âgée de 17 ans, et qui, la vie de campagne convient bien, était à vendre par manque de travail. Le titre est incontestable. Si elle n'est pas vendue à l'amiable dans les 8 jours qui suivent, elle sera mise aux enchères publiques. S'informer auprès des Thomas. C'est une traduction qui est des Royal Gazelle. Aujourd'hui, on est en 2026. Cette personne a un nom. Elle s'appelle Philomène. Elle a des progénitures. Donc, prenez le temps de lire cet extrait du journal La Gazelle, qui est le journal de la province, pour pouvoir vous éclairer à prendre une décision. Et si vous allez aussi dans les archives de la ville de Moncton, vous allez constater qu'il était interdit aux personnes noires de traverser les rues de Moncton après 18 heures, parce que les Noirs n'étaient pas autorisés de rester dans la ville, parce qu'il était interdit. Ils venaient juste pour faire le travail de la servitude. Mais aujourd'hui, Les lois ont changé, nous sommes là, nous travaillons ensemble, mais ça prend un peu des engagements plus que ça. Je vous remercie pour votre temps que j'ai dépassé. Merci beaucoup et je vous fais confiance. Merci.
Merci, Philemon. Madam City Clerk, I believe there's one more presentation.
Yes, it's a presentation from the Library Board, the Moncton Public Library Board, and Maha Dewick and Mallory Murray are here to provide an update.
Good evening. Bonjour.
Bonjour. Merci, Monsieur le maire suppléant et membre du conseil municipal d'avoir accepté d'écouter cette présentation. Je m'appelle Maha Dweck et je suis vice-présidente de la commission de la bibliothèque publique de Moncton et je suis accompagnée aujourd'hui par ma collègue Mallory Murray, trésorière de la commission. Aussi dans la salle, cet après-midi, il y a la directrice de la bibliothèque, Chantal de Bellemare. Tout le monde sait qu'on peut emprunter des livres dans une bibliothèque publique, mais les bibliothèques offrent beaucoup plus de services au-delà du prêt de livres. Aujourd'hui, on aimerait présenter à notre partenaire municipal quelques faits saillants que vous permettront d'en apprendre davantage sur les services essentiels offerts par la bibliothèque publique de Moncton et sa contribution au dynamisme de notre ville, de notre chère ville. Comme l'année vient tout juste de se terminer, nous vous présentons aujourd'hui des statistiques préliminaires qui devront être validées dans les semaines à venir. En 2025-2026, le personnel a créé plus que de 4 500 nouvelles cartes de bibliothèque pour un total de plus que 43 000 abonnés. La bibliothèque accueille souvent des familles et des personnes qui viennent tout juste de s'installer à Moncton. Nous étions alors curieux de savoir dans quelle proportion. Au moment de l'inscription, les abonnés doivent fournir une pièce d'identité et dans près de 18% des cas, cette pièce d'identité était un passeport, une carte de résidence permanente ou une carte de réfugié plutôt qu'une pièce d'identité de Nouveau-Brunswick ou d'ailleurs au Canada. Ceci nous permet alors d'estimer que presque un nouvel abonné sur 5 est un nouvel arrivant. Parmi les services populaires auprès d'eux, la section des ordinateurs publics pour, entre autres, compléter des procédures administratives, imprimer, numériser et aussi photocopier. Il y a eu plus que 22 000 utilisations des ordinateurs publics dans l'année dernière. Rosetta Stone, un outil d'apprentissage des langues en ligne, gratuit avec sa carte de bibliothèque. Les activités gratuites comme l'heure du conte, les cercles de conversation en langue seconde et les ateliers sur différents sujets pour apprendre tout au long de la vie et rencontrer d'autres personnes. Un autre service populaire auprès des personnes qui arrivent dans notre ville, mais pas le seul, les laissez-passer culturels gratuits. Pour en obtenir un, il suffit de présenter sa carte de bibliothèque au comptoir de prêt et le personnel pourra imprimer un laissez-passer par carte de bibliothèque valide. Tout au long de l'année, il y a eu près d'une dizaine de promotions dans toutes les bibliothèques publiques de la province, chacune pour une période limitée. En ce moment, il y a une promotion pour l'Aquarium NB. Tout ceci est possible grâce à des partenariats. Pour en apprendre davantage sur les prochaines promotions, vous pouvez suivre notre page Facebook ou visiter notre site web régulièrement.
Partnerships are key to the library's success in bringing strong, connected community programming. Lifelong learning and literacy are at the heart of the various programs that the library offers. This slide has a snapshot of some of the programs that we have put on over the past year. Through partnerships, we're able to offer free learning opportunities for people of all backgrounds, including computer basics in partnership with Southeast Adult Education, early literacy sessions with Talk With Me and Palmois, Grief Cafe with Hospice SENB, and many more. In addition to these partner-led programs, volunteers and library staff host many of the over 1,700 programs that we put on over the last year. This is a 40% increase in programming from the previous year, and we saw a nearly 30% increase in attendance, which saw just over 12,000 people who participated in these various programs. Library staff also work closely with the city's new community development officer, seniors and youth, who help spread the word and connect more residents with library services. Borrowing books, of course, remains our top service, our most popular service. More than 250,000 items, including books and DVDs and other items, were borrowed last year, and this number does not include ebooks and audiobooks, which are also wildly popular. We also, or the library staff, I should say, also regularly engage with community members outside of the library walls. So going to places where other people gather has been a great way to connect residents with the various services and raise some awareness of the public library's various offerings. These are just a few highlights, and we thank you for your time listening to us today. There's so much more that we could share with you. We also want to sincerely thank Council for the funds and support provided to the library during the current mandate. The support allows us to significantly contribute to our services and our collection. We also want to invite you to the 5th edition of the 100 Artists for the Moncton Public Library, which is a fundraiser we are hosting on May 21st. It's an important success source for our library, and we hope to raise just over $8,000 at this fundraiser. And finally, I want to quickly acknowledge the opportunity to reaffirm that we are working towards establishing Moncton's first additional public library branch. Following the next municipal election, we hope to continue this conversation with council. As you probably know, St. John, Fredericton have, make sure I have my numbers right here. St. John has 4, Fredericton, Miramichi have 3 libraries, and as the largest city in New Brunswick, we hope to increase our footprint here in Moncton. So thank you again for listening. I hope you've learned something new about the library.
Thank you. There are no other presentations, correct? Okay, so Councillor Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le maire suppléant. J'ai une question pour Sergent Goulet. Je ne suis pas certain si j'ai compris votre propos à la fin. C'était un petit peu vite, mais pourriez-vous répéter qu'est-ce que c'est que le problème pour les francophones dans le système parce qu'il y a une compagnie américaine qui s'en occupe? Pourriez-vous me rappeler ça?
The app, c'est seulement en anglais, malheureusement. Donc, ça n'a pas été traduit. Par contre, sur le site web, il y a des formes déjà structurées qui sont en français sur le site web. Puis, la ligne 1-800 est bilingue. Donc, c'est seulement ça l'exception.
Merci. Mais est-ce que la GRC n'a pas d'obligation pour
La GRC n'a pas d'obligation dans Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers est indépendant. Okay. Et puis, ils utilisent c'est une plateforme pour gérer les signalements qui a été créée par une compagnie américaine. Donc, le app, comme on sait, ça a été créé par une compagnie américaine qui est basée au Texas. Donc, la GRC n'a pas d'obligation. C'est separate and apart from Crime Stoppers. Échec au crime, mais une entité à part.
Si vous n'avez pas d'obligation à fournir des services bilingues, ça me surprend. Donc, les francophones, unilingues francophones, ne vont pas se servir de l'app.
Non, c'est ça, mais il y a une plateforme, le site web est bilingue. La ligne 1-800 a des traducteurs si nécessaire. Et c'est ça, sur la plateforme. Donc,
Et si l'app avait été fabriquée par une compagnie de France, puis qu'il y aurait juste une version française, mais qu'il n'y aurait pas de version anglaise, ça vous serait tout à fait acceptable, comme que c'est acceptable présentement par une compagnie américaine?
Moi, je suis sergent dans la GRC. Je fais une présentation sur Crime Stoppers, sur échec au crime. Je peux vous le faire en français, en anglais. Si vous avez des opinions concernant le français, l'anglais, à propos de Crime Stoppers, je suis pas la personne à qui je suis juste un véhicule. Donc,
Pourriez-vous véhiculer la demande de ma part au nom des concitoyens et concitoyens francophones?
Le programme fait quand même beaucoup d'efforts. Tout est bilingue. Tout est bilingue. Le site web, les plateformes de médias sociaux, etc. Le app a été créé par la compagnie. Moi, je suis pas responsable. Je peux leur faire le message. Je pense que ça a déjà été fait auparavant, là. Je viens juste de, moi, personnellement, me rendre compte que c'était juste en anglais. Alors,
Je vous blâme pas personnellement.
Ouais.
Je me demande juste
je
au nom
vous
des
passe l'information.
25 à 26 000 francophones de Moncton qui voudraient aider Échec au crime, régler des crimes. Si vous pourriez passer le message aux personnes qui prennent ces décisions-là, je serais très reconnaissant. Merci beaucoup.
Absolument.
Merci, Monsieur le maire.
Councillor Bourgeois, I do believe our CAO has a comment as well.
Merci, Monsieur le maire adjoint. Certainement, nous, comme administration, on va certainement faire le suivi avec Crime Stoppers au nom de la ville. Je pense que c'est peut-être pas vraiment à notre sergent, mais nous, comme administration, on fera un suivi avec Crime Stoppers pour leur faire part de notre demande.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Je peux certainement leur faire part du message, mais je crois que depuis très longtemps, nous, on essaie évidemment d'avoir un app en français, là, mais je pense que ça n'a peut-être pas été poussé dans les dernières années, mais c'est quelque chose que je peux certainement leur faire le message.
Good, thank you. Merci. Councillor Richard.
Merci, maire adjoint Crossman. C'est encore pour Sergent Jeunesse.
Oui.
Question, voir si que ça... Y a-t-il une connexion ou c'est semblable le CRCOPA à Moncton, Kodiak Regional Citizens on Patrol?
Oui.
Parce qu'il y a des choses là qui sont semblables.
Oui, il y a un peu un regroupement, là,
Ouais.
mais c'est deux organismes séparés.
Oui. Y a-t-il moyen de faire une petite connexion là ou c'est-il ça reste totalement... C'est comme faire les deux. On dirait que les deux font la même chose, là, c'est juste...
C'est pas exactement la même chose. On a la façon qu'on fonctionne est un peu différent. Là. En fait, on a un membre de Crime Stoppers qui est aussi membre de Citizen on Patrol. Là.
Oui.
Donc, je peux me renseigner auprès de lui. Monsieur Danny Bastarache.
OK.
Oui.
Ah, ça serait intéressant juste pour faire sûr.
Oui, je peux...
je suis membre du CRCOPA.
OK.
Puis c'est juste, ça fait intéressant parce que l'application que les autres utilisent...
Mais je crois que c'est complètement différent. Là.
Oui.
Je peux regarder les...
Ça y est, c'était juste voir s'il y avait une way de faire une connexion.
OK. Je vais me renseigner.
OK.
Oui.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you, Councillor Richard. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you very much, Serge, for your presentation. I can say from past practice as a former member is that Crime Stoppers does work. I'm not quite sure about the app. I've never, in my time when I was there, I don't think too many people used an app. They used a landline mostly at that time, and we've solved a lot of serious crime with tips. I don't know if I'd agree with you that not everybody does it for the money.
No.
There are some that will do it for the money, but either way, I'd just like everybody to know here, be the app English or French, the end result is a great result, and it really, really works. And it not just for the RCMP, it works for municipal police forces across the country too. So it really is one of the better investigational tools that have come along in a long time. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. I do have one question or comment for
Yes.
you. Is there some way that we can get you before the Seniors Committee? Here
Absolutely.
At City Hall, maybe I'll direct my question to Isabel through Ellen to have you present to that city's Seniors Committee. I sit on it, Councillor Bourgeois sits on it as well. We've had the RCMP come forward for presentations on theft, crime, how to protect, credit card, fraud and all this fun stuff, but we haven't had this opportunity, as you say, in a couple of years. So I'd really like to have you come forward as well.
Absolutely.
To present to one of our committee meetings.
My email, Julie Goulet.
Yep.
Julie.Goulet, RCMP. you know.
Okay, perfect. So
as a-
I'll put that through the city manager, which will go through
Yep.
our city recreational
I'm available,
slash-
yeah, anytime, and any
Okay.
questions, I'd be happy to support, and I'll do a follow-up on the app.
Good, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Merci.
Councillor Butler, you want round two here?
For the next one, I just wanted to talk regards to the library.
Yes, go ahead.
Yep. I'll just wait till Sergeant gets up there. First of all, thanks very much for your presentation. You know, sometimes we think that the library is just going to get a book out, and it's really, really changed very much. So in the north end, and, you know, I hate to keep repeating myself, but I will say it one more time, is that, you know, we're the largest ward, you know, we're bigger than Riverview, just in the ward. So when we talk about libraries, like a satellite library, we're really looking forward to maybe for you to look in the north end. You know, I get lots of calls that even instead of driving all the way downtown, that they'd even have a drop-off so they could drop their books off, or their CDs or whatever that they get out. So I think that I would really like to talk, you know, I don't know about after next election, I'll be sitting here, but if I am, I would really like to sit down, and if I'm not, I'd still like to sit down, talk to you about the possibility of, you know, going to the north end. I know everybody will want it, I realize that, but we have, one of the statistics about the north end is that we have a lot of newcomers that come to the north end, and a lot of them depend on, like, maybe for their resumes, for learning the second language just through CDs. And so anyway, I would just like you to think, and maybe we could set up a meeting after the next election, one way or the other, if I'm here or not. So just to make sure that we keep the pedal to the metal for up in the north end. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Not seeing any other questions, so we'll move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
The next presentation is administration presentations, Exposé de l'administration, and this evening it's a presentation for the update and launch of Downtown Resilience Program. And here to present is Patrick Richard, Executive Director of DMCI.
Bonjour, Patrick. Welcome. Just give the room a couple of seconds here and. Okay, you're up.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and members of council. Merci pour l'opportunité d'être ici aujourd'hui pour vous parler. I'm here to introduce the Downtown Resilience Program. This is a new initiative led by Downtown Moncton Centre-Ville Inc. in partnership and fully funded by the City of Moncton. This program is designated to provide direct and tangible support to downtown businesses impacted by criminality. This program is about action, supporting our businesses today while investing in a safer and more resilient downtown tomorrow. First, I would like to sincerely thank City Administration for their collaboration and support in the development of the program, including, I'd like to thank Luc Babineau, Alex Elsiger, Jean-Sébastien Landry, Jeff Preston, Charles Leblanc, and Claude Després. The collaboration, this collaborative approach has ensured that the program is both operationally sound and aligned with Council's priorities. Also like to note that the program was presented to the DMCI Board of Directors on March 13th, where it was received unanimously, or it was unanimously approved. So why does this program matter? We've all heard the concerns, so break-ins, vandalism, property damage, rising costs for businesses. Downtown businesses are often disproportionately affected, and they're impacted severely, simply due to the fact that there's density and activity downtown. This program acknowledges a simple reality. Businesses should not have to carry the full burden of these impacts alone.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. The Downtown Resilience Program is a 2-year pilot, so from 2026 to 2027, and it's designed to offset uninsured losses, support preventative investments, and reduce repeat incidents over time. It's structured around 2 streams. So stream 1, am I doing this or is somebody else doing it?
No, just
Sorry, thank you.
scroll up.
Oh. Okay, thank you so much. That's right, so stream 1, rapid response, and stream 2, prevention and resilience. Stream 1 I don't know what
There you go.
Stream 1, rapid response. So this is about immediate relief. So this is up to 100% coverage, maximum of $5,000 per property per year. This supports break-in repairs, vandalism cleanup, graffiti removal, damaged doors, locks, and storefronts, and covers insurance deductibles. This ensures that businesses can recover quickly and reopen faster.
Can you screen up, Patrick? That was, there you go.
Oh, and then maybe skip to stream 2 because I just covered that.
Yep.
Thank you. Stream 2, prevention and resilience. This is about long-term solutions. So this is a 50% cost share with the business and the property owner, up to $10,000 per property per year. This supports security cameras, lighting improvements, reinforced doors and access controls, anti-graffiti coatings, SEPTED-based design improvements, and the goal is to reduce repeat victimization. This program, so the Downtown Resilience Program, is a smarter approach and it's not just reactive. This program is not just about writing checks. It also is structured to encourage preventative investment. So there is a requirement under Stream 1 that after 2 repeat incidents, a crime prevention through environmental design assessment will be required to access the funds. This approach also supports data collection and measurable outcomes. So we anecdotally know that businesses are being criminally targeted, but what is the true data? By collecting data around criminality specific to businesses, we will be able to make data-driven decisions in the future. It's about breaking the cycle, not just responding to it. And slide number 7, thank you. Alignment with council direction. So this program directly corresponds to council priorities. Originally was to establish a community resilience fund, now known as the Downtown Resilience Fund. Provides immediate relief for uninsured losses, funds preventative safety improvements, includes clear criteria and accountability, and focuses on measurable outcomes. Who does this support? So this program is targeted and focused on downtown businesses within the BIA, aka Downtown Moncton members, property owners and tenants of non-residential commercial spaces, and those directly impacted by the crime-related incidents, with clear eligibility and accountability requirements in place. So for the implementation, the program launches immediately. Today was actually the kickoff. Press releases went out this morning. The website and the intake forms are now live. This will operate on a continuous intake basis versus the St. John program that has 2 intake periods per year. Our continuous intake process will get funds out faster and direct to businesses in real time. The program is also retroactive to January 1st, 2026, which means, and actually, I'm actually already happy to say that we have our first applicant go through the program. Their incident dates back a few weeks, but since we knew we were working on the program and the rollout, we had them work with us and kind of become a test subject. So we were able to work with the landlord of a business that their window was smashed overnight with a brick. Since we have offered support, they're actually going to replace their window with a shatter-resistant glass versus just the normal run-of-the-mill window. So we're already seeing preventative measures in place. The program is going to be on a first-come, first-serve basis with the available funding. And we'll prioritize internally, prioritize urgent cases, track results and uptake, and report back on impact. On the bigger picture, this is one piece of a larger approach. We know a safe and vibrant downtown requires enforcement, social supports, housing, prevention, cleanliness, and visibility. But this program fills a critical gap, which is the retention mechanism within our business community. We know that attracting a new business to the downtown is about 7 times more costly than retaining one that's already here. And so this is a direct financial support to those businesses on the front lines. At the end of the day, the program sends a clear message. We hear our businesses, we support our businesses, and we're taking action. We look forward to working with council and our partners to ensure its success. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Patrick. There are some questions, so just bear with me. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you, Madame Député. Merci, Pat. Very exciting, and Obviously, we're all saying its time has come for the downtown. How are the, I'm curious on the monetary levels, is that the 5 for Stream 1, the 10 for Stream 2? Predetermined how, national standards, are those insurance minimums or maximums, how is that determined?
So it's all based on the insurance deductible.
Yeah.
To give a maybe real simple example, window gets smashed overnight. The window to replace is a $400 cost. The insurance deductible is $500. It's under the deductible, so we'd cover 100% up to the $400. If the window was more than the deductible, we would assume that they're going to go through their insurance, and we would pay up to the deductible.
Up to the 5,000 on those 5 items you mentioned, they're all applicable?
Right, so they might have the same window smashed 3 times, or
Right.
whatever, so up to 5,000.
Oui, okay, thank you, Pat, merci beaucoup, thank you, Monsieur Maire, député.
Thank you, Councillor Kingston. Patrick, I do have, oh, sorry, Councillor Bourgeois.
Go ahead if you want.
No, go ahead. I'll wait.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le maire suppléant. Merci beaucoup, Patrick. 2 petites questions. Quand prévoyez-vous revenir au Conseil pour présenter les résultats ou le bilan de cette initiative-là?
Je pense qu'on avait prévu faire un genre de update par écrit après 3 mois pour voir un peu c'est quoi les résultats, puis revenir au Conseil dans 6 mois, qui ça donnerait presque parfaitement avec le temps qu'on présente notre budget au Conseil. Fait peut-être octobre 2026.
Merci. Puis, second question, anecdotal as it may be, in parallel to this resilience fund, we had also hired additional RCMP members doing overtime to patrol overnight. It's been 2 or 3 weeks, I think, since we started it. Do you have any initial feedback?
I think the business community has definitely seen an increase patrol. I would say that's mostly in their vehicle. Anecdotally, I've seen in the 3 weeks, I've seen 3 different instances of arrests on Main Street, which I don't know if it's just a happenstance, but I think would be somewhat connected to that patrol. So I think it's working, but maybe more foot patrol would be encouraged.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Merci, Monsieur le maire suppléant.
Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Councillor Legier.
Thank you. Merci, Patrick. Just, I guess, in terms of the program itself and how it's being communicated, are you going to initiate perhaps contact with all businesses other than just mailings and so on? Because there's a lot of frustration, and even though members are part of the Downtown Moncton Centreville Inc., many of them are quite disconnected and not in a negative way. They're just busy and they don't realize, or things have happened in the past, and I think it would be really beneficial. And I think it's positive that we finally got there, because I think a lot of the businesses, not several in mine, who have really been struggling with a lot of damage. And I do appreciate the rapid response as opposed to other communities that have taken much longer. So, but I think that would be very helpful for businesses really to realize that it's important that they remain in the downtown as we go through what is happening with respect to trying to find a better way with whether it's property crimes or homelessness or mental health issues and so on. So anyway, I just want to leave you with that, and hopefully, and good that it was retroactive to January, because I think that really shows the willingness to recognize and not just start, from today, for example. So anyway, thank you very much. I'm glad that you're able to as well deliver the program, because I think that's probably the most important thing. It's difficult to deliver the program. You guys do a really good job, as you've shown with EnviroPlus. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Legier. Seeing no other questions, Patrick, I do have a couple of questions or comments for you. One, congratulations on the Enviro team. I know this program is helping the businesses as well, but it's also helping the homeowners as well, right? Because it's picking up the garbage that we're seeing left behind within our BIA of Moncton. Second question would be, you're looking at coming back to council in 6 months. There are homes within the downtown core that are experiencing theft, property damage, so on and so forth. Are you looking at expanding this eventually out to include homeowners? And before you answer that, let's also talk industrial parks, because industrial parks are getting hit with vandalism, theft, going on throughout the city, so both industrial parks. Are you looking at that? I know it's outside of DCMI, the industrial parks, but I'm asking this because these are the questions that council members are getting, I'm getting, with regards to homeowners and industrial parks as well as businesses within the BIA.
Yeah, I mean, as the organization that represents the downtown business community, we're not actively looking to expand outside the BIA. However, it was definitely brought up as a flag as we were building this out, and we've agreed to do that data collection. So as we get requests coming in from homeowners, residential businesses outside the BIA, we'll definitely happily collect that information and relay that back to the administration. And if that's something that in the future when we report back and that's a high number or it's something that we get a lot of requests from, that's something maybe you guys can take a look at and be happy to have that discussion at that point.
Okay, I don't want to put any more workload on your plate, but it's just additional items that are coming up during these conversations, so.
Sure, no, it's a fair comment.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, so Patrick, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk?
Next would be planning matters at Question de Manis, and this evening, the first is a public hearing for rezoning of Vision Lands. And I believe, there's Josh. Josh Davies is going to report on this item. There were no objections received in the clerk's office. However, we have some individuals that are neutral that would like to speak to this. I see Jim Scott is here also.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. So Josh and Jim, welcome. You're all set? Good to go? All right, Jim, you're going to start this off?
No.
No, perfect. All right, Josh, you ready to go?
Yes, and good evening. So before you tonight is the public hearing for the Vision Lands. This has been a long process with respect to administrative work, a few years in terms of the master planning for Vision Lands West, an update to the overall secondary plan that I'll touch on here, a lot of policy work, and a lot of consequential amendments to other documents that were included within your council package. So this is the final presentation and a decision on the Vision Lands. We've had an introduction to council, followed by a public presentation, presentation to our Planning Advisory Committee, and finally the last meeting that's before you today is the public hearing. So I'm going to cover some of the planning and administrative items, and Jim will jump in on some of the more creative, fun stuff. So in terms of the thank you. In terms of the context, we do have an existing secondary plan for the Vision Lands. It was created and finalized in 2006, so about 20 years ago, and was subsequently updated in 2011 as part of the municipal plan review at that time. The current secondary plan is very aspirational and acts as a guide to what may be possible in the Vision Lands. So taking from that work and kind of applying zoning and applying some real regulatory tools to this area, the secondary plan that has been updated and with its associated amendments will assist the city in turning some of these aspirations into reality. So really we're getting into the zoning, we're starting to get into the nitty-gritty of the work, and this document and supporting amendments provides the roadmap and the direction in terms of how that will be achieved. So in terms of the location, I think everyone's familiar with Vision Lands and where it sits. South of the Trans-Canada, to the west is Mapleton Road, to the south is Wheeler Boulevard, Université de Moncton and Morton to the south. In the east as well, we have McLaughlin. So it is a large swath of land and we one of, if not the largest, vacant areas that remain in the city. We know that part of the reason why it has remained vacant is due to the infrastructure challenges, and those items have been explored and addressed through the secondary plan and related background study. So we're looking at approximately 570 hectares of area. The area is separated by the north branch of Halls Creek, The majority of this land is currently zoned for low-density residential purposes. So in terms of the plan development, we're looking at a number of precincts. The first one to be master planned and working with the landowners in this area is Vision Lands West. It has enabled several land uses from high residential unit yield along our corridor and along our R3 zone, while also allowing for low-density housing as well. So every housing typology that we could look at is incorporated into this plan. There is a new mixed-use zone along that corridor, east-west collector, that effectively will run from Mapleton down to Morton Avenue. There is a focus on connectivity and movement within this area that goes beyond single vehicles. So in this case, we really wanted to look at how people will move, how people can move, without relying solely on getting in their car for 10 minutes, 10 times a day. This type of development, this type of plan allows for more things to occur within their area. So perhaps there will be less travel in and out, because a lot of the things that residents will need are provided for in this area. We've also provided the potential for multiple school sites, and again, with a focus on the pedestrian and active transportation user, the integration of multimodal pathways that allow to and from our proposed regional park, which acts as the centerpiece of the Vision Lands in its entirety. So turning over to the document structure, there is an overall Vision Land secondary plan that covers the area in its entirety, provides policy and direction in terms of what should be achieved in that area. But we also have chapters within the secondary plan as proposed, being Vision Lands West that I just touched on. We also have placeholders for Vision Lands East, so that would be east of the Halls Creek and proposed regional park, and also a precinct for UDM should they ever come forward to develop that northern side. We want to work with them and make sure that their plans and their policies are aligned with what's overall intended in the Vision Lands. And they've been a great partner in terms of those preliminary discussions and are very much behind this project. And finally, we have a component with the regional park as well to talk about what is envisioned to occur in that area in the future. So, and as I mentioned, this is going from more aspirational to, I'll go back one, aspirational to reality in terms of development being able to occur, providing the zoning, providing those development standards in advance from what the plan that currently exists today could achieve. So we need to look at a number of amendments that are before council tonight. So that being a rezoning to allow for the upzoning and change of zone to the Vision Lands West precinct. There are a number of zoning bylaw amendments. As I mentioned, we've created a new zone. We've titled for now the core mixed use zone. That may change with the municipal plan and zoning bylaw review, but one we were behind now. We've incorporated a height precinct in terms of how high and where these buildings can be located. We've also incorporated a ground floor commercial requirement in that core mixed use zone, as that's part of a schedule included in the package tonight. There's also a municipal plan amendment with a handful of policies that have been implemented with respect to the Vision Lands, in addition to changes to the generalized future land use map and our future road network. So that kind of covers the initial administrative slides. I will turn it over to Jim, who's got a lot more pretty pictures and visuals to show you.
Thank you, Josh.
Good evening, Your Worship, Councillors. Previously, we've showed you the Vision Lands as a master plan. We talked about some of the components of the plan and the product that we're planning to deliver to the public over the next 20 to 25 years. This evening, I'm going to very briefly review some of those components, but focus mostly on implementation. What we haven't done is talked about how do these components get institutionalized in the municipal plan and in the zoning bylaws. So what I will do is mildly, laboriously, and interestingly, talk a little bit about some of the policy components in the end, and then the implementation of the plan. So it is a little bit different than what you've seen previously. Our master plan, 562.6 acres of land on the where Josh indicated, has a backbone component of the plan that is a nature-based park system. So within that nature-based park system, we include trails. There's a variety of different park types. There's community parks that relate to how different types of sporting and recreational activities within the community. There's a regional park that is about nature, walking in nature, being able to move through nature, and providing an option for either transit or street-based movement by having a parks network within right within the heart of the plan. Traditionally, we have an LFPP requirement when we're doing master plans at 10%. Plus, generally, we have about another 3 to 5% that we would incorporate stormwater, whether it be aside from this or within this. But within our master plan, we are planning to incorporate stormwater for the purpose of making sure we're able to sustain some of the important natural assets such as trees, different flora and fauna, and forest floor cover within the park. So with all that, it puts our percentage at right around 34% that we are conserving. The city's worked really hard on acquiring land for that, as well as acquiring partners that could help in implementing and conserving the plan. But as I said, this is meant to be a product, and bringing together things like stormwater and natural systems and making sure that our pathways and walkways are themed within the context of nature as opposed to themed within the context of street is one of the initial reasons why council moved into doing this plan. And our plan's been all about ensuring that we have sufficient land base to work that within, as well as quality environment to place it within. That gives you the backbone of the park and some context there. Previously, I also talked about the notion of 3 different neighborhoods that we have built into the master plan, and those are nestled within the park networks. The park reaches into each one of our primary neighborhoods through both trail systems and active park activities such as sport fields, community parks, play parks, things like splash pads, recreation centers, and larger sport fields meant to deliver product to the entire region. Our first neighborhood area, or what we'll call Neighborhood 1, is a higher density neighborhood, mixed types of densities, mixed housing types, and has our park network coming into it, providing density along the edge of the park network to ensure that we do have good eyes in the park and that we do have good destination for our stormwater within our urban areas. This area is meant to have a mix of commercial uses. This is the primary retail destination within the Vision Lands and provides an area within 10 minutes of bicycling or 15 to 20 minutes of walking that we can get to and have services within our neighborhood, putting downward pressure on the automobile. The second neighborhood is within the context of parts, so academic facilities, different sporting facilities, and different type of residential uses that are built within the core of our new regional park. And we've looked at the park in 2 ways. We've looked at the park as its own destination, its own regional park, but we've also looked at it as an extension of Mapleton Park into these areas, as well as up the Halls Creek West Branch, or East Branch, North Branch, I guess. The final destination or area is a residential area, slightly lower densities, mixed-use housing. This is a product meant for people that move in and out of the neighborhood on a greater basis with a higher frequency. It is gateway housing into the rest of the Vision Lands, and together those 3 neighborhoods come together to form a complete neighborhood with a complete and successionary model of housing types over your life. So if I move into the Vision Lands, when I was young, if I moved in here coming out of university, I have options to stay here in different housing types at different price points throughout my life. At the core of this, and very important to this, is that we have a road. It's our primary road. It's a multimodal road that will go what we're calling the East-West Corridor, that is essential to unlocking all of the lands. And this has been the key piece that wants to be developed as soon as possible to unlock these lands so we can get moving with development in these areas in partnership with the developers. Extending from here are multimodal streets, so streets that you'll see bike lanes on a separated trail on the side of the streets, as well as sidewalks, ensuring that working with our trail networks, we have a comprehensive and complete mobility network, inclusive of biking, walking, vehicles, and transit. In addition to that, the final piece is a grid network that is built in. So these are neighborhood level streets. These are important places to walk. It's important to remember that when we're designing streets, in North America, the largest park network in North America is actually the sidewalk network. It is the highest used activity component of any urban or suburban destination within North America. And our grid network ensures that we do have good movement. And this is a place where people meet, they talk, they move around for fitness, they walk their dog, and they can get to some of the assets that are important to get within the Vision Lands. So our plan reflects all of those pieces, and again, this was just a very brief overview of where we got to today, and I'm going to move into the policy piece as lightly as I can. We have a zoning plan. The zoning plan articulates through intent and written intent to ensure that we're delivering the housing and commercial retail types of development at the densities we wish to have within the master plan. Our densities are designed within this master plan to ensure we are sustainable in how we're delivering our infrastructure systems, streets, transit networks, servicing utilities, so that we're not getting into operational or capital reserve deficits as we move through the development of the master plan or sustaining the master plan over time. We also have a road network that reflects what I've spoke about in terms of our grid network as well as our primary pieces, and again, the very important east-west collector street that is the foundation of the plan. So with that, I'm going to go briefly into this is the laborious component of the master plan, but I will go through it as lightly as I can, and it's about 10 minutes to get through this piece. The policies that are required to implement this plan, there are 9 core policy areas as well as future policy areas relative to the east portion of the Vision Lands in the future, UDM and other areas. But our core policy pieces, as I said, we have 9 of them that we have, we've drawn from our toolbox, our nice little toolbox, but 9 pieces that extend from that. And these are the core pieces that are implemented into the municipal plan as well as the zoning bylaw. And I'll briefly touch on each one of these before I talk about the implementation of the plan. So overall, there's a development strategy that intends to show that we're building a vibrant neighborhood. We are indeed getting mixed-use type of development. So we are diverse and interesting, and we are getting the densities that we are required within the master plan. We are focused on housing types, ensuring that we have a broad mix of housing types relative to both succession and affordability. So in some cases, we look at affordable in terms of workforce or affordable or supported affordable. And Josh is working in association with other plans right now on various policies that support that, but ensuring that we're able to get our 50,000 people that we want to have within this area and the 14,000 homes that we have. We have an integrated mobility system that ensures between parks and trail network, parks, trails, and street network, that we are well connected throughout the entire development, that we are trying to put downward pressure on the automobile and providing opportunities in your daily life to either meet and greet people on the street, in park networks, or in retail areas for daily services. Our recreation network is based largely on nature. That was one of the original intents of the master plan, was ensuring that we have a natural and well-connected recreational environment. Now, this is not necessarily just the park, it's the entirety of our green space network, and that our infrastructure is a component of that. So we want contemporary and durable infrastructure pieces that are built into our development. But in addition to that, we're relying on the green infrastructure to support that. And in return, that green infrastructure ensures that we are building sustainable park systems. So for example, rather than take our stormwater and move it to collection areas, we want to move it to areas where it can recharge things like the root zones of our important park systems. Okay? In terms of environment, conservation was a big tool that wanted to be played out in this project, that we are looking at things like flooding and using our green infrastructure together with recreation and the infrastructure programming. So we can see how these policies become a little bit interrelated. Finally, the final 3 to speak on, food security, looking at promoting options of creating food at home, making sure that the zoning supports that, and that as people are doing that we create a community of people that are like-mindedly providing foods for themselves, but spreading knowledge about how we do that within our residential environments. Under development, things like density bonusing. So for example, if we have a developer that's moving forward with an affordable housing mix that is, something that is really good and fills a need within our community, we can provide for more, allow more density within that areas, or in other areas, putting density caps on areas where we want to conserve character. Things like development charges are going to be very important. So as we build things like new streets or infrastructure that are shared amongst everybody and unlocks the land, that there are charges that go back to developers. Finally, the regional park component, as I said, this is where we all began this project, that is a connected piece. It's not only connected within our neighborhood or neighborhoods, it's also associated, well connected to other places such as the university campus and Mapleton, as well as lands that are north of here. Conservation without a doubt, and again, that our park is, because we want to sustain our park systems, we want that park to be part of the green network. As I said, we're about 250 acres for our parks network, just our primary regional parks, sorry. And as I said also, that we are above 30%. So we've conserved much more land that is presently required, but we didn't do it intentionally. We did it to save the resource that is important on the ground today. Okay? So those are the 9 core components. Implementing the plan, and this is just a very simple 6-step process. It's much more elaborate in the plan within those 6 steps, but of course tonight we're going to adopt the plan and then move into some of the other projects that need to occur to make sure the plan moves forward. So Josh is going to take this adoption tonight, that gets amended or gets placed and amended in the municipal plan and the zoning bylaw, and at the same time we can begin to go to work at getting that street corridor thought about and working with the landowners to get the land required to have the east-west corridor set aside. There is a requirement for an impact assessment, or will be a requirement for environmental impacts assessment on 2 fronts. One is going to be on the natural environments and any specific habitats that may have been missed as part of the planning process here, but more importantly on ensuring that the stormwater plan or the stormwater strategy and plan that is proposed in this document works with the province. The province has seen it, they've agreed with it to date, but there will be a more detailed assessment that will confirm our works. Once we have those pieces, Josh and his team can go forward with doing detailed design on the east-west corridor as well as the servicing strategy to ensure that all areas of the master plan or the vision lands can be built. And the final piece is this will move forward in the ongoing municipal plan update as well as future municipal plan updates. The eastern portion of the vision lands will be evaluated, added to this over time, and as we go through evolutions of the municipal plan, this will be revisited at various points of time. Fair enough to, where'd Josh go? There. Fair enough to say? Okay.
Thank you, Jim.
And me for the end. From an administrative standpoint, this was a really interesting project. Not often that we're dealing with such a large swath of land with such opportunity. We work with the landowners, as Jim mentioned, and all were supportive of the final product, which was great to see. Again, a lot of cooperation and a lot of work together to come to the final product that is before you today. The work is like as Jim mentioned, is never done. These types of documents tend to live on. They're not set in stone. They can be amended, they can change. But what this does is provide the city with a strong roadmap with respect to how and where the vision lands can develop. So a lot of kudos to other departments, engineering, parks. This wasn't just a planning exercise. This was really involved. A lot of community engagement sessions, a lot of participation from a lot of interest groups, all of which resulted in the final product that's here today. So in terms of our recommendation, the recommendation is that Moncton City Council approve Municipal Plan Amendment Z-122.15, zoning bylaw amendment Z-222.60, and bylaw Z-122.A1 being the Vision Land Secondary Plan by giving it second and third readings. I'd be happy to take any questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh, for your question, or for your comments. We are in a public hearing, so there are guidelines that we have to follow. So before we get to the motion, I will ask if there's any proponents of the rezoning to be called forward. Madam City Clerk?
Yes, we have 4 people that are neutral on it, and the first would be Mike Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, welcome, bienvenue. You will see a timer behind me for 5 minutes.
Yep.
According
okay.
to our bylaw, that is what you're allowed to speak, so hopefully we can keep you within the 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to the members of council. Per se, I am not an objector to what you've just seen. It is quite obvious from my days on the Planning Commission, which was prior to the Planning Advisory Committee, and working with Bill Budd, God rest his soul, and a number of other planners. There's things that I see there that I very much like, but I think something has been left out. I don't believe, and I stand to be corrected, I don't think the City of Moncton has a policy when looking at a major development of hinterland, and I'll use this as hinterland in a rough definition, but certainly your developments now are well into the hinterlands of Moncton. The residents of those hinterlands are animals. Somebody alluded to 20 years ago, well, the ghost of Mike Sullivan and Steve Truman are essentially going to speak to you now. Because in 2006, shortly after the concept was approved conceptually, Stephen and I walked a good portion of the land from the Crowley Farm Road. And I'm just going to quickly outline what we saw, and we probably went in anywhere from 500 to 600 feet. 2 great horned owl, one of which freaked me out because I don't know if they can turn their head 380 degrees, but this dude did it about 347, and that really freaked me out. We saw a hawk, a doe, and a fawn, garter snakes naturally, many different types of amphibians, porcupines, a litter of raccoons, and a beautiful cardinal, which stuck out to us because cardinals are much more common now because of climate change. But you didn't see many cardinals in Moncton in 2006. And there were also wild hares that we saw. Given what you just saw, where are they going to go? You know what people do in Moncton. They come before you when a major development is taking place, and they're coming down here opposing it because it's going to destroy, quote, the neighborhood. Well, who speaks for the animals? And that's what I'm saying. We had a brief chat prior to his presentation, and he acknowledged a lot of communities, but not many in Eastern Canada, a lot of communities make it obligatory on the planners or people that they can draw in to go in and do a habitat assessment. What's the impact going to be here? And Deputy Mayor, just looking at you, I'm looking at the developments that are going to take place all the way out to Lakeside. And there's some that are being proposed out there that are going to be incorporated in the golf course. You're going to have the same thing there. And all I ask of you is to consider the destruction of natural habitat. It's going to be pretty hard to do or it won't happen at all, based on what you've seen. So I'm asking you to consider the natural habitat and the residents therein. And I don't want to delay this. It's been 20 years. I felt bad when he said that. But it's just based on what Stephen and I saw in the future. The second thing that I want to mention, and I think all of us have seen it, in the spring melt, combined with heavy rains, the marsh where there are 2 visible beaver lodges now, there's one towards UDM and another one towards Mapleton. In the springtime, in some of the severe melts, That water gets right up to the edges of Wheeler Boulevard, literally to the edges. And it completely takes out portions of Crowley Farm Road. So when you're into your infrastructure, you're probably looking at oversize, even if it's for those 1 or 2 weeks. Thank you, Your Worship, and the members of council.
Thank you,
And
Mike.
again, who speaks for the animals?
Thank you, Mike, and thank you for staying on time as well. Madam City Clerk?
Next would be Peter, and I apologize if I don't say your name right, Yonilin, if you'd like to come to the mic.
Welcome, Peter. Bienvenue.
Yes, good evening. Hi. And yes, my name is Peter Young and Ellen.
Okay, so same speech that I gave Mike, 5-minute timer behind me.
Yep.
So we'll try to stay within that.
Okay,
and
okay.
We'll work from here.
So good evening, Deputy Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Peter, and I am the chair of Moncton Acorn. Now, Moncton Acorn is a union of people of low and moderate income. So we come before you today with concerns about affordability for this Moncton Vision Lands. Something that I want this City Council to really consider is that half of Moncton residents make under $40,000 a year. The biggest cost that is out there has to be housing. It is the biggest cost of anyone. It doesn't matter if you rent or if you have a mortgage. So on this, though, I do want to say that the Moncton Vision Lands is a very significant development that is going to affect the city's growth for years to come. Now, Moncton is currently touting itself as one of the fastest growing cities. The city also somewhat touts affordability as a reason to move and settle in Moncton. However, what we see in New Brunswick housing right now are builds that are luxury high-rise condominiums that half of us cannot afford, or only apartment builds that are for people of middle income. There's nothing for the smaller part of this. So we need some housing built for people that are in core housing need. To tell you the truth, we have not seen very many apartments that are being built that are actually geared towards all income levels. So we need to see that on this change, because there is already an obvious, glaring, disproportionate amount of new housing builds for those in core housing need. So we have to consider, with a rising population and with the cost of housing being one of the biggest economic barriers people face in being adequately housed, I ask basically, as a person of moderate income, is that the city consider placing a limit on how much big financialized corporate developers, REITs, and financialized real estate speculators, the ones who are building this very, very expensive housing, can actually buy of the Moncton Vision Lands. And secondly, I would like the city to consider that they set aside lands with an actual preferred right of first refusal for co-ops, land trusts, and definitely for nonprofits. Every time a nonprofit tries to buy a piece of land in this city, what happens? The big corporate developers outbid them, and they do not get that piece of land. But they should. We want to see housing that everyone can afford, and we definitely do not want to see a rising homeless crisis. Nobody wants to see that. But there are so many people that are living in substandard housing and that sort of thing. There is nothing that's being new that's being built. It definitely has to happen. So I'm wondering if this, if this could actually become something of a reality, that, we'd like to see at least 20% built as deeply affordable housing. And we would actually ask for the private developers that if they're buying these pieces of land, that it be required that they provide 20% of that building to be deemed as affordable. and deeply affordable. So something that someone may say working, I'll give you an example, retail or restaurant jobs. They're getting basically between, say, minimum wage and $25 an hour. They cannot find housing, and we defined somebody being adequately housed and affordably housed at only 30% of a person's income. So we're hoping that, I'm wondering if the city can basically commit to 20%, at least 20% being deemed and put into place for people in the most core housing of needs.
Great. Is that all, Peter? Thank you.
Yep, that is everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you for staying within the time frame as well.
Oh,
Madam City Clerk.
Next is Sean. I was not provided your last name. If Sean could come forward and please provide us your last name.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's Sean Dow. Last name is D-O-W. I'm the co-chair of Moncton NBA Corn.
Okay, so Sean, before we get started, I got to go through the 5 minutes behind me, just to make sure that you're within the time frame. And you're part of the Acorn Group. So I'm going to
co-chair.
ask this evening, it was pretty well covered in Peter, but you're bringing new information that he didn't speak about yet, correct?
Yeah, I'm here to just say a few words on
Okay,
behalf
perfect.
of our position. Now, the people of Moncton and the surrounding area are living in a time of runaway inflation. They're being squeezed from all sides with the cost of living. And they're being forced to decide on which bills to pay today. Will it be the gas or the hydro, groceries or medication, clothing or food? We are here today to make this urgent plea on behalf of those who struggle with high rental costs. We're here to speak on behalf of those who are not given the opportunity to speak for themselves, to give voice to the voiceless. Everyone in this municipality deserves to live in an affordable home and a safe, clean living space. On behalf of those who struggle day to day to make ends meet, we are asking this government to ensure that a minimum of 20% of the Vision Lands development be set aside for deeply affordable housing. The most expensive appliances or marble countertops are not necessary for these homes. People who are struggling to pay rents and other daily necessities do not require a super luxury apartment. They only require a safe, clean, and affordable space to live in. This government has an opportunity to show the people of this municipality that they can rise to the occasion and meet this crisis by recognizing that there is a need for deeply affordable housing. Stable housing provides a foundation for positive mental health. The stress of uncertainty, worrying about where you'll live, how you'll pay for repairs, or coping with a difficult landlord can lead to anxiety, depression, and even crisis. We know this government understands this need and is capable of fulfilling this need for the betterment for those who vote, work, live, and contribute to the overall financial and well-being in the Moncton area. We plead for your compassion, and we thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Sean, for your presentation.
The final speaker is Carly DeWitt.
Welcome, Carly. Bienvenue.
Thank you.
So I'll go through my speech of 5 minutes behind me, of course. And you are part of the Acorn Group as well?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So away you go.
I'm also a member of the New Brunswick Coalition for Persons with a Disability. And my question would be if there would be any universally designed apartments that would make it easier for individuals to sort of age in place instead of having to go to different places or be in the hospitals, taking up beds.
Okay, so we'll note your question. City Clerk has noted it.
Yeah, that's mainly what I was here for. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, so those are those in favor, or proponents, or neutral. I'm going to ask city staff if they have any, administration, if you have a chance to speak, or if you have any answers for the questions that you've heard this evening.
Yeah, certainly. I was able to take some notes and in terms of some of the comments that were provided. So if we start with wildlife, that's not something that right now is legislatively required. We do have pretty stringent EIA requirements that need to be met, but looking through the Vision Lands corridor and understanding that there will be change because development will occur, the 34% space is intended for wildlife to try to move through as well. So there's a wildlife corridor there where if they're moving from east to west, they maybe will be able to take that corridor along from Mapleton through to the regional park. So there are going to be connection points, not to the extent of what is there today, but we anticipate and hope that will accommodate and that will be able to provide an opportunity for wildlife to move through in that way. Is it going to be perfect? I guess the answer is always no, because we are ultimately going to be disturbing habitat, but that is something that was investigated, and part of the rationale for beyond intermodal transportation of bikers and cyclists, what have you, it was around also providing enough space through those corridors. There's a nice power line corridor that's existing there today that will provide for some transient movement from wildlife, but the TCH and the Trans-Canada Highway is also a very limiting barrier for wildlife today. So unless they're moving east-west and they're already south of the TCH, our understanding is that it's that has since depleted essentially a lot of that wildlife that's in there. But to the gentleman's point, that doesn't mean that there is no wildlife in there as well. So that's something that's been considered. With respect to affordability, in this case, we are dealing with a significant amount of infrastructure. Initial budget amounts suggest through development charges around $100 million worth of infrastructure to open the Vision Lands in its entirety. So that's something that we're working towards. As part of the municipal plan review, we are looking at exploring inclusionary zoning, which is a tool that planning can use to help incorporate affordable housing into development, and not by just encouraging. In some cases, it can be required. So there is legislation for that to occur. We do not have a bylaw as yet, but through the municipal plan review and zoning bylaw update, that is something that is being deeply investigated, and will come through as part of that final plan that we anticipate to be completed in 2027. And there's also the provision as well and potential for density bonusing, which is a similar type tool as inclusionary zoning, but it can be achieved and can work things through a different way. Let's just look through my notes here. We are providing an ample amount of housing supply. As Jim mentioned, we're looking at anywhere between 14,000 and 16,000 housing units just on the western side, with more to come on the eastern and southern side. So it is hoped from a land use perspective that increasing that overall supply will help with affordability. Historically, planning was not necessarily been involved in setting rental rates and dealing with deeply affordable type housing. It has become a problem quite rapidly with respect to the municipality. As mentioned here, things have gone incredibly expensive in the last 4 or 5 years, but it is something that is being explored deeply through the plan review, and it's something that is often brought up through our municipal plan review committee on how can the city work to enable more housing, especially at that deeply affordable rate. There has been good news as well through Build Canada Homes. We were able to attend the announcement through the federal and provincial government that a target of 1,200 housing units has been identified in New Brunswick to be built through partnership with the federal government, the provincial government, and municipalities. And we anticipate that Moncton will have a number of applications to go forward through its nonprofit partners. So we're looking at around 1,200 housing units, again, through the province with shovel-ready projects, and the city is aware of several, and that money is allocated only for nonprofits as well. So it's not a silver bullet, but it's certainly a step in the right direction in terms of increasing that much-needed housing supply. There would be challenges in terms of imposing a 20% affordability rate as these Vision Lands and the majority of the lands, especially the ones being rezoned for development, are privately owned. So there is that challenge there as well. So if we're able to work through our tools and we're able to, through the plan review policy direction, to sort of say that if housing affordability is going to be a core component of the new municipal plan, we need to look at what tools are available and how we can effectively deliver on that. And that's something that, I guess, as we mentioned, is ongoing. We also have come forward in recent months with a surplus land for affordable housing. So that's the city's way of being able to contribute land that it owns that could be used for affordable housing. And those affordable housing properties would only be available to nonprofits who have a mandate to apply. So the work is being done, appreciating that we do need more affordable housing, and I don't think that's going to slow down anytime soon. But there are a lot of things that are being worked on outside of this Vision Land secondary plan, and it may be that when shovels hit the ground in the Vision Lands that we do have a inclusionary zoning or a density bonusing requirement, but the time will tell through that once we get through our wider municipal plan review that will set the policy and the direction ultimately for where we're going. I think that was it in terms of what I was able to jot down, but I'd be happy to take any further questions of council or for whoever may have any additional questions on the project. Oh, universal design, yes, sorry about that. So universal design is actually a core requirement of the building code. So there are, for every, I believe it's every 20 units, there is a barrier, at 5 units, there is a barrier-free requirement in terms of what's being developed. So if you're building a 5-unit, one of those 5 units has to be barrier-free, and then there is a code ratio that requires for however many units you build. I believe it's after every 20, so effectively every 20 units requires one barrier-free unit in a development. So that is a requirement of the National Building Code and something that those developers must provide. Yeah.
Good, thank you, Josh.
No trouble.
Okay, so according to, again, the guidelines for the public hearing, I'll ask for any objectors to tonight's presentation or the project to come forward. Yeah. So, Robert, this is objectors, correct?
You didn't ask, I've been to many public hearings before, and you didn't ask for additional people besides the people who were
You're more than welcome to now.
So I will put it in under the first category, not the objectors. God knows I do object a lot and to a lot of things.
You've been to that mic several times.
You probably never noticed over the years. Yeah, so just I'm a member of Acorn, NB Acorn. I'm now living in Riverview, so I'm not in the Moncton Acorn, but anyway. So good points were brought up by the Acorn members here, and some of the questions were addressed. So density caps, I don't know what that is, but when we're looking at deeply affordable housing, my feeling is that low and moderate income people are going to have difficulty having detached and semi-detached housing, which is currently mostly zoned for, as I understand it right now, for the low-density housing. So whatever density caps are may limit or may not limit access to our housing. I'll just put that out there. The preferred right of first refusal was not addressed, I don't believe, was it, Peter? Your question that you asked, so I'll ask if that can be addressed in a moment. So Mr. Davies mentioned a number of different things, so I've taken note, and I'm going to urge Acorn to go and review the tapes here and to get National Acorn involved and everything else, so we stay on point. I know the council, I know the public doesn't want poor people to fall between the cracks, I know that, but the world is not run by or for poor people. And these inclusionary zoning things that could happen, the density bonusing things that could happen. The final plan apparently is due out in 2027, which is only next year. So my question is will the City of Moncton, its various committees, reach out to Acorn and include Acorn as a, how did I put that? Will they seek them out as interveners, as committee members, as doing presentations proactively, instead of making them try to chase after folks for these things?
And you're discussing the Vision Lands here, right?
I'm discussing the Vision Lands.
I just want to keep on par.
Absolutely. My experience as a limited involvement member with Acorn is that you've got tremendous expertise locally, provincially, and nationally, even internationally, with Acorn as an organization. I don't know how many people, how many members of council or members of the public or staff looked out toward Main Street
this afternoon
from about 2:30 onwards, but if you did, you'll see that these are people that make noise. So they make noise when they have to, not that they want to, but the world is not built for low and moderate income people, and by golly, we need to have that dealt with. I'm alarmed. I'm not a big reader, so I haven't read the plans. I haven't read hardly anything from what is on the books of documentation about what the city of Moncton operates on, its planning, the experts who do all these things. I haven't done it. But when I hear that the lands are mostly privately owned, that's going to be a huge challenge for affordable housing. So without dragging it out too much, I hope I'll be able to follow through with motivating further engagement, but without dragging it out too much. Will the council, and not so much the council, because an election's coming up, and councillors rely on your staff, so will the staff who are in here, will you seek out, and will councillors direct the staff to seek out the expertise of these people with these red shirts in this room? And then lastly, the questions that I brought out, if you don't answer them, I'll just mention the questions so that we get as many questions as possible answered. So thank you very much.
Good, thank you, Robert.
Nice to see you all again. I'm in Riverview, and I don't get over here as much as I used to. Great to see you all again.
Good to see you. Josh, just before you respond, I think the gentleman at the back had his hand up for additional.
Yeah.
I saw your hand up. I'm not sure if you're an objector.
No, I'm just got a couple things I want to.
A proponent?
Address.
Josh, can you put down the podium?
Yeah.
Just give us a second.
Lower this for you. My name is Matthew Wright. I'm actually a member of the Accessible Committee here for City of Moncton, and I'm also a member of Acorn. One problem that hasn't been addressed, and I would hope that it is going to be addressed with this city land, is what is accessible and what isn't. The problem is everything it goes within the proper codes. So there really isn't anything. If it goes through the codes, there's really nothing you can do about it. But I've seen a lot of things where, as a wheelchair user, it says 2020, and somebody that has worked with you as a career for wheelchair users, I've seen a lot where they need to be a little bit better. So my suggestion is having people like myself or who are members of Acorn come on board right at the start, and we redevelop what is accessible and what isn't. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Appreciate your time. I'll ask for one last time. I think it's Peter, correct? So Peter, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so is there something new you wish to add?
Well, one thing that's on this, and I'm glad that through Build Canada Homes, there's going to be 1,200 units that'll be NB housing. But I want to remind this city council that the amount of actual NB housing alone that is needed in this province, and Moncton being the biggest population city, 1,200, well, right now, there is just over 5,000 units of NB housing built throughout the province. And honestly, there is a waiting list of over 13,000 families. 13,000 families. So 1,200, yes, that's good. But really, I'm going to ask on city lands and things like this, inside of this development and outside of it, that we really look at getting at least 2,000 to 3,000 units of NB housing. You know, we're trying to fight the homeless crisis. A lot of people I know people that have been in homeless shelters and trying to get their stuff together, trying to get their lives together. You know, I'll give you an example. There's a couple that I know that, you know, they went through like a messy separation. One of them went to a homeless shelter. 6 months in that shelter, simply because they could not find something at all that they could afford. You know, and really, I mean, it had to be two couples moving into a two-bedroom unit. 4 people in a two-bedroom unit, and they're just barely getting by. So I'm hoping that the city council will take some serious looks at this and really look at 2,000 to 3,000 units of NB housing built over the next 5 to 10 years.
Great, thank you, Peter, I appreciate it. And Josh is going to answer some of these questions right now. Or try to.
Yes, I'm sorry, my pen died during one part of it, so I think I can run through most of the parts that were missed. So the first one I'll touch on is the inclusionary zoning and density bonusing study. As I mentioned, that is something that's being done by the municipal plan review. That document, once it's completed, will be public, and if there is anything from Acorn in terms of expertise and documentation that is available to be shared, we'd be more than willing to take it on and share it with our consultants. That's part of the process in making sure that we're being as informed as possible with the conditions and I guess in terms of the situation that we find ourselves in. So that would be no issue if that documentation is readily available. And that study is underway and being looked at as we speak. With respect to the first right of refusal, it may be a better question for legal. However, my understanding is that it might not be, it's not necessarily always feasible to incorporate a first right of refusal for lands that come into sale or for the city to be acquired. And that's why looking through potential avenues of how the city can participate, we're looking more in terms of programs, what's available provincially and federally to try to, I guess, address that housing gap. Because again, private land, unfortunately, is private land, and there's not much that the city can do. Because if there's a first right of refusal, that would mean that there would have to be an agreement between the private landowner and the city, which may not be to the appetite of the private landowner. With respect to accessibility, it's always something we're working on, and it's great that we do have an accessibility committee here at the city. Always something that we can look at, and from a policy perspective, making sure that we're hitting those marks and working with that committee on relevant policy in the municipal plan is certainly something that will be brought forward once draft documents and initial policy direction is set. With respect to the Build Canada Homes and the 1,200 housing units, those aren't intended to be New Brunswick housing units. They're going to be for nonprofits. So it may nonprofits that have separate mandates. There will be funding from the province through that group. However, the various nonprofits that exist within the city today, they will be the ones as the proponents with that funding. So they all have different housing mandates and different groups that they work with, which will hopefully provide that diversity of supply. But point taken in terms of the gap, 1,200 is a great start, but we can't end there. So point taken on that as well, and something that we're continually, where we can in the city and planning, working on those items. So I think I hit them all, I hope. Oh, density caps, yeah. That was the one I wrote down when my pen died.
What effect, if any,
Yeah.
density caps have on low and moderate affordability?
Sure. The density caps are largely designed around infrastructure. So when we design a neighborhood such as the Vision Lands, there's a lot of engineering and a lot of density assumptions that are applied to what are we going to need for the wastewater. How big does the pipe need to be? What are we doing for stormwater? What are we doing for road capacity? So the infrastructure that has been designed is to accommodate the maximum potential build out of the Vision Lands, which is around that 16,000 unit that I had mentioned. So as this area develops, we'll be looking to make sure that the infrastructure that is put in the ground can accommodate it, and that is the reason for the cap. Not to say that pipes can't be made wider and roads can't be made larger. It happens throughout the city consistently, but those caps are set into place so that we know when the time comes that either further action is required or more infrastructure is needed in order to up that capacity. But as we mentioned, the preferred model is the highest density model. So it wasn't like we went for 12,000 units knowing we could accommodate 16. We're going for the highest. So that's why that density cap is there. It's not necessarily there to it's not there at all to limit affordable housing or access. It's there from an infrastructure and development perspective so that Renee and his team in engineering know that when they need to start budgeting for wider pipes or different changes in the Vision Lands, because it has built to its full capacity based on the infrastructure that was designed. Yeah, no trouble.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. That's all the questions you had written down, correct? You answered?
I believe so, yep.
Yep. Okay, good. Thank you.
Afterwards, yep, sure. Yep. No, I think we're all good, yep.
Okay, good. Thank you. So again, according to the guidelines of the public hearing, I'll now move on to objectors to this rezoning, if there are any. Not seeing any objectors. Again, the applicant is obviously the city, so we're good.
The landowners in the city, and that's right, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So at this point, I will turn the questions over to members of council that pose questions of administration, the applicant, proprietors, or objectors that they wish to enter not into a debate. So Councillor Bourgeois, I have you first.
Do we proceed with the motion first or question?
No, not at this point. Questions to staff members at this point.
Thank you. Merci, Josh, and everybody for participating in this process. I have 4 questions, and it touches on a lot of the topics that have been brought forward, but it probably on a different angle. Mr. Sullivan, I will not dare speak for the animals, but I will speak for my grandchildren and their grandchildren. Because when the idea of a park was brought forward, and having your experience, you know that the land for public purpose usually is 10%, as has been mentioned before, but, and I don't want to take credit, I share credit with all of council on this because they were on board from the get-go. But when I brought it up, the intention was to take as much land as we could beyond the 10% so we could keep it as much as possible as a nature park. Knowing that we have almost no discretionary power to prohibit development. So we can't, unless we want to be sued and spend taxpayers' dollars on it. So what's the balance that we could find between protecting as much as we could and having the development be in tune with nature? And I am very confident that staff and the consultants, Mr. Scott, always a pleasure, have with the developers, 34% is 3.5 times what we could have had if we had not pushed the boundaries more. So I extend my thanks to council who has been supportive of this initiative since 2021. Thank you for the explanation of why it took 20 years. This is a very atypical, extraordinary type of development. 99 times out of 100, there's a road already existing, somebody's got a piece of land, they decide to apply to council for permits or rezoning for a subdivision or building apartment buildings on a lot, and then we go through the modalities of it. But this one, you have 6 huge lots, and you can't develop the one in the middle and the other next 2 and the next one unless they domino develop as we go. But if the outside ones say no, they're not ready to develop, well, the other 4 can't move. So I want to congratulate staff for the innovative cost-sharing formula that we adopted a couple of years ago with the developers, hand in hand, to find out a way that the city will build it, and then they will reimburse the city over time when they come up to the development. So at least it'll be built, and the middle pieces, middle lots will be able to develop first if that happens to be the case. So I want to thank you. Now, looking back at the last 20 years, I was elected in 2008, so it's only 18 for me, but I want to, do you have a picture of what will happen over the next 20 years? Because I anticipate that it'll take 20 years, if not more, to develop this. So there are things like building the road that we have to, that's one of the first major things to do. Then the developers, the owners of the lots will say, all right, we want to develop this kind of housing and commercial development and everything else. But specifically, when will the public, because now we have this zoning, if we approve it, we've designed this 34% of the acreage will be park, means it owns, the city owns it, council will manage it on behalf of the residents. When will the residents, the citizens, be able to be consulted by the city to determine what kind of amenities, if it's going, how much of it will be virgin nature, how much of it would be pedestrian trails, suspension bridges, whatever the case may be. So when do you anticipate, once we own that park, that we can go out and consult the citizens about what will be in it?
Yeah, so the key thing being, and to your point, is that once the city acquires the key component of the park, I guess that north branch of Halls Creek, that's when eventually the land will be in the city's hands, and we'll work with the Parks and Rec Department on their planning and their strategy in terms of when that plan will be developed for the regional park, in terms of what it will include, what it's intended to achieve, and what the vision is overall. So big thing number one is getting the zoning. The zoning effectively says what you can and can't do. The zoning is going to be changing for the remaining of that, the 34% outside of the park. And as those lands come to subdivide and develop, that's when the city will acquire those lands because they're set aside for that purpose. We won't take them immediately, but with respect to the park, again, once it's under city's ownership, that's when effectively the planning could begin, working with our Parks Department and the various groups, of which there were many that came out to talk about how they would like to use the regional park. So that's when those conversations would occur. With respect to the development.
Can I interrupt you just?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Within 2 years, 3 years, what?
It would be outside of my department, but I guess if there is direction from council in the future to plan the regional park and what it entails, the Parks Department would respond at that time. I see Isabel's not here, but we can certainly, I think they're aware there's a lot of interest in the park, so I think it would probably come sooner than later on council's direction.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
With respect to the East-West Collector, that was really the key domino that was allowed us to work with all of the landowners, because each landowner needs that road to be built to some degree. So what we're working on again is pursuing funding through the provincial and federal levels of government to accommodate that infrastructure, which ultimately will reduce the per dollar cost per acre for all the landowners who intend to develop in that area. So we're hoping for some more information later this year. Similar infrastructure agreements were signed in Nova Scotia, so hoping again that we have good news here in New Brunswick in the coming months, and that will really then detail when and how this road gets built and designed. So if we get a really good news about infrastructure and cost sharing, and it's appetizing to the city and the landowners, it could begin sooner. The planning stages for a road of that length, I'm assuming, would take a year or so, but we may, on an aggressive note, see something potentially in 2030 if every domino falls the right way. But the key thing for us is knowing that we do have a solid plan in place when the infrastructure and the funding comes. And again, working with those landowners on the understanding that they all needed the road, that was a very good component of having those discussions and appreciating everybody needed the same thing, so we were all able to work together.
Okay. Confirm, just a parenthesis here, but confirm that the city, when I was here from 2008-16, we had already approved the construction of water and sewerage main pipes to at least the eastern
Yes.
half of Visions Land, so
Yeah.
the western part
eastern
would have to
side,
be built
yeah.
as well?
That's right. So when we talk about the east-west collector, it's not just a road. There will be significant infrastructure under the ground, the pipes that would be incorporated. But you are correct that there is today a sewer pipe or a trunk sewer running effectively through the UDM lands connecting to Leopold Belleville. So some of the infrastructure, especially on that eastern side, is already in place.
Okay, but more will have to be.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Second question, and Mr. Scott alluded to it, and I sit on it, on the planning committee. We have discussed Visions Land. How do we ensure that the committee, the planning committee, which probably will submit its report 6 months, maybe at the earliest, cross our fingers, will sort of dovetail with this rezoning that we are approving today?
That's right. So what comes out of this in terms of an approval process is the current municipal plan will be amended to incorporate new policy. If we've done a good job, we should be taking that new policy forward into the new municipal plan. There may be items and zoning and tools that we've looked at in the Vision Lands that we may like to incorporate citywide. So what we can do, again, once that zoning bylaw and municipal plan review, or municipal plan as it exists today, is updated with these changes, then we will then say, like, as part of our overall policy direction through the city that will come through to council and the municipal plan review committee to say, like, this is the direction that we're taking. There'll be things that we may borrow from the Vision Lands. There may be things that we wish to change, but the municipal plan review and all of that, I guess that it being the highest order policy document in the city is really where that will set the tone for everything else. But that will be, again, blending it, the Station Yards development that was approved recently with High Precincts. There's a lot of tools that we're going to look to employ elsewhere and see how it fits. This Vision Lands would be another one of those examples.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, well, I guess there's no guarantees, but that the two plans would be harmonious.
They need to be, because if the Vision Lands plan is a secondary plan, and it would fall under the municipal plan, so it could not be inconsistent with it.
Okay. I do have two questions on the zoning bylaw, because you're asking us to approve the zoning bylaw,
Yeah.
Z 122.15. I'm very disappointed at the, I guess, we could have been more robust in our policy, but the second modification that you are proposing to the bylaw, it says on page 57, after policy P15, add the following new policy. You call it P16, and it says the city shall explore opportunities for a new regional park in the Vision Lands West area as outlined in the Moncton Visions Lands secondary plan. Why not the city shall establish a new regional park, blah, blah, blah?
Yeah,
Why
I-
explore the possibilities or the opportunities?
Yeah, when the document was originally drafted and had gone through kind of its legal translation and I guess the process of administration, we were not at the point where the city was in a position to acquire the park, and that park is still in the process of being acquired. So right now, again, like if anything, I would say that P16, the policy that you just referred to, will be job done in the coming weeks. So we won't need to worry about what it says because the park will be under city ownership. So effectively, we would have completed it, but at the time of the drafting of those policies, we didn't have council direction at that time to acquire. So now we are actually in a much stronger position where effectively the work is already done.
So are we going to remove that? Or
I-
should we modify it to say the city shall establish a regional park?
I would suggest that through the plan review, it would be okay to have it in now, knowing that we're much further ahead than what the policy would have suggested, with the plan being, or the park being in the process of being acquired, and that we would then amend and change through the new municipal plan that's going to be coming forward. I don't think that the way that this is worded limits us in any way. If the city owns the land and it has been zoned for a park purpose, I think that's the strongest position that we can have to make sure that that is achieved.
I admire your confidence, but that's not my style. I would rather say the city shall establish, because that's what we're doing.
Yep, I agree. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
I guess what I'm saying is that from my perspective, I don't think it has as much risk because the city will be acquiring that piece of property. But to your point, if it's council's direction to change and flip through a few words and make it a bit more solid, no opposition on my end.
Yeah, either if I'm not making the motion, I will make an amendment, so we'll see.
Yep.
My second question is, we have, and it's related to a lot of the discussions that the Acorn Group brought up. On your sixth modification, says on page 278, after policy PA7, add the following new policy, and then PA8 says the city shall develop policies, on, and you have 8 or 9 examples of things that we would include in that policy PA8, public art being one of them, green building standards, community facilities, etc. We have an item on B called affordable housing, and that is great. All in favor of that. But my biggest concern parallel to affordable housing is integrated housing, because I don't want Visions Land to become, this part of the Visions Land would be the upper scale, and these would be the segregated government of New Brunswick housing, subsidized housing, and in the middle would be the working class affordable. So can we add, in addition to affordable housing, something like integrated housing?
Yeah, what that is aiming to achieve, and I've touched on it a couple times, is that inclusionary zoning or density bonusing type tool. A lot of those things that you see nationwide are those categories A through H in terms of what municipalities elsewhere in Canada collect on. So that idea would be that, to your point, it actually would effectively create integrated housing. So if there's an inclusionary zoning standard, that would be one of the options. There would be a policy that could be developed by administration to say that if you're building a 200-unit development and the council's policy or requirement is that through inclusionary zoning that 10% of those units must be affordable, you would be creating integrated housing. It would be within that building. And again, this is sort of the Vision Lands is sort of setting the sandbox for all of us to kind of work in, and then the policy that's going to be coming afterwards will help. That's when we're starting to sharpen our tools, when development's starting to come through the door. So this type of policy effectively provides for that integrated housing that you mentioned. It would not be segregated. It would be a requirement of the development, if it's council's direction to do so, to require, whether through density bonusing or inclusionary zoning, to have affordable units within the building that's being constructed.
How does this council make sure that NB Housing does not build an 8th, 9th, or 10th segregated housing compound like they have on Lewis Street and Joyce and Catherine? Will this prevent NB Housing from building that type of segregated housing?
I guess my response to that would be that the MB Housing is not a landowner in the Vision Lands and would need to become one in order to effectively do that. With the cost of infrastructure and the relative will to develop on behalf of these private landowners, I would not envision MB Housing coming in at this time beyond potentially providing rent subsidies for nonprofit or affordable housing units that are getting created by the market developers. I don't think this is an area that MB Housing necessarily would go into, no.
Okay, so there is no risk with the way we don't have to add integrated housing, because by saying affordable housing the way that you're interpreting it, there will be no segregated housing in Visions Land.
It would not be the intent, no. It would not rule out a nonprofit like a Rising Tide or a People's Park Tower to purchase a property and develop on it, but it would not be, to your point, like the MB Housing developments that you're referring to, that low density with many streets, like kind of its own little neighborhood within a neighborhood, that would be very unlikely to happen, and I would say it would be no risk.
Okay, we'll finish on this, but as much as I love Rising Tide and the work that it is doing, I don't want Rising Tide either to come into Visions Land or anywhere else in the city and just build segregated housing.
Yeah.
We have to think of the long term and avoid segregated housing at all costs, because it comes with economic and social and political criminal consequences.
Yeah, I would say that this policy as outlined is intended to achieve integrated housing, as you've mentioned.
Okay, it's not as clear to me, but I admire your confidence. I won't modify that, so I understand the affordable housing, but I'll come back to the more direct approach on the park. Thank you very much, and again, thanks to you, staff, consultants, the work with the developers. It has taken 20 years, but the last 5 have really pushed the pedal to the metal, and I congratulate you. And again, thanks to council for the support so far for the park. We will all be gone in 100 years when a lot of Monctonian citizens, our great-great-great-grandchildren would say, that was a great idea to have that park there. Merci, Monsieur le Maire Adjoint.
Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Josh, for your presentation, also to Jim and Acorn, and also to Mr. Sullivan. All great points. I'll piggyback after a few of the questions that Councillor Bourgeois had that I had marked down. But one of the things that I never see in this plan, and I guess it's, we talk about the trunk system going in, it's going to be paid for, but you know, that trunk goes both ways, and I don't see anything here because, and Councillor Steves and I lived through this pretty well on a steady basis in the north end with smell. So you build this many houses, and I have never seen anybody put a plan forward yet of what's going to happen with Transaqua. We got a 30-story building down here in the East Main's going to be built. There's more, you know, you don't want to put any mud on this beautiful picture, but you know, every time there's a flush, got to go someplace.
Yeah.
And where's it going? Is it going to Transaqua? It's got to go someplace. And we have never made any plans in all of our planning for this new, and you know, I agree with it, it's beautiful and it's going to be great. But at the same time, we have to think of the most important parts. Do we have to build the dam bigger? Do we have to have more water sources? You know, where's this water going to come from? Are we going to build on the McLaughlin Dam? Are we going to do something there? Like, there's so many things that, you know, pictures are great, looking at houses is great, and maybe Rennie can answer a few of these questions. But I will say this, if we're putting any more flushes into this city, we got to figure out what we're going to do with the solid waste. We have to. And it seems like nobody has that answer yet. Transaqua, you know, I'm tired arguing with them. They're even, you know, talking about maybe extending what they have now. So, you know, we as a city council, we love all these big pictures and we love all these big stories, and they're great. They are great. And in 20 or 25 years, when this is built up, that'll be great for the city. My grandchildren will probably have children and then grandchildren. But I guess what I'm trying to say is somebody's got to give me an answer here of where we're going with water and sewage for this whole deal. Rennie, can you please?
Thank you, Councillor Butler, and thanks for bringing up an important part and the backbone of every development, which is our services, namely water and sewer. So on the water side, the engineering department is currently working with a consultant on updating its water master plan. It's an outdated master plan that really needs to, you know, some new figures. And obviously with every master plan, we're looking at the undeveloped areas, and obviously the Visions Land is part of this. And so we're looking at, you know, questions like, do we have enough water? Do we need, you know, the current infrastructure that we have for water? Is it enough for current, but also our future needs? So that study, I think, will probably, you know, within, let's say, give us another 6 months, we're probably looking at some results and a report to bring to council. On the sanitary sewer side, the city's working with Transaqua. We have a, let's say, a regional force, if you wish, that we meet on quarterly. And Transaqua completed basically also a master plan. We'll call it another master plan, looking at, again, growth in the city, where are we looking at, growing and what is the impact on our infrastructure. And obviously, the Visions Land and the projections that we're seeing that were presented today by Josh are part of that master plan. So maybe on that would be a touch base with council. I did present, or CBCL and myself presented to council probably a year or so ago. And if you recall, we were talking about smart sewers. And smart sewer is all about putting some measurements in the ground so we can see where the sewer is going and try to basically work with what we have. Maybe we don't need another pumping station. Maybe we don't need another storage station. Maybe we need just to play with what we have and storage in the pipe. And so it could be helpful to maybe bring back that file and some of the results that were brought in that strategy and master plan. But again, there's definitely some master planning happening, kind of looking at some growth scenarios, and definitely the Visions Land is part of that because it was envisioned.
I think just to tag on to that, it's sometimes we start to build and we have all these plans, but the water and sewage is the very important part, just like you said. And here we are now, we haven't got the study ahead of us. It's kind of like the cart's before the horse. Like we're accepting this as a build out, but we really don't know, regards to our water and our sewage. And, you would think that, that these plans would come together, well, hopefully before anything is built over there in the Vision Lands, that we kind of know where it's going to happen. With Transaqua, let's face it, the north end has had enough. So we have to figure out another plan. It can't be the same plan as what they have now. And if you're meeting quarterly, maybe what we should do is maybe come back to council now and then and let us know what their plans are. See, when we go to Tri-Community, just so people know, we go to Tri-Community, you can't say anything that is in there because it's all private. So we have to know, as councillors or future councillors, what's going to happen here. Is Dieppe going to take some? Is Riverview going to take some? Or is it all going to be dumped back onto Moncton again? So I think that we need to have a better update system on what's happening with water and sewage going forward. That's all I'm asking. So.
Yep, then just to clarify, the strategy that was brought forward by Transaqua, and I'm not talking about the smell issue right here.
Oh, I am.
Talking, yeah, and I think we're maybe confusing two or bringing two subjects together. But on the planning side for the Vision Lands, when it comes to future catchment area for sanitary sewer and the capacity, that study has already been completed. That strategy and master plan has already been completed by Transaqua. And that's what I was talking about. Maybe it's a refresher that we need to bring back to council some of their recommendations. On the water side of things, while we are currently updating a water master plan, the current, the new Tower Road dam that was built, well, new, several years ago now, but the second dam that was built, when they did the projections, they included populations growth for the city that included the Visions Land. So while we're still kind of updating the master plan, from a resource point of view, we plan for more than what we currently have. And on just a point maybe that on the smell side, I can't comment on that. That was not really what I was alluding to. I was alluding more to the strategic planning when it comes to sewer capacity, not necessarily the smells that were coming from the compost facility, as I understand it.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's easy to get it through the sewer lines. I'm sure it's maybe not easy, but it can be done. It's that end result. Like, what are we going to do with that? If we're growing to this capacity so quick, we've seen it in the north end. It just blew up. Every morning you'd wake up, there'd be a new street. We have to start learning to plan for the end result, because you can't keep putting it in the same place. There has to be a different, Elaine, maybe you would have something on this. It's just, I hate to put you on the spot, but I think it's a very important part of our planning going forward, because if it's one of the things that's really, it doesn't go no place. You can't bury it. It's there.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Butler. As you're aware, Transaqua are working on a biosolids management strategy that's looking at different options for the increased solid waste that they are receiving, and in the future as well with growth. I think the plan goes to 2030, I believe. Like, they have to have something in, they expect that they will need to accommodate a greater capacity by then. So I'm sure we could probably, discuss with Transaqua our presentation to this council on that strategy, similar to what was done to the tri-community meeting.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Richard.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Crossman. Thanks for the presentation. Great discussions. Thanks for the residents who came out as well. Josh, Jim, Renee, everybody else who worked on this. It's fun to talk about this pieces of land. As Councillor Bourgeois mentioned, in the last 5 years, it's taken a push. I guess I jumped in at the right time. The last 5 years have been fun. So we've went around a lot of stuff. I'll go to streets connecting. There's one of the street maps that you shared from Leopold Béliveau coming out to Crowley Farm Road. You also have that connector going from Leopold Béliveau going to that east-west corridor. Do we have timelines? I believe at one point we were talking about the first section from Leopold Béliveau to Crowley Farm Road to open up one of the first. That would take a lot of congestion off of the corner of Morton, McLaughlin. So do you have anything to share?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the big domino to fall once the zoning in this plan is brought forward is the success of an application for infrastructure funding from the province and the federal government. So depending on the funding amount that is granted, once we kind of have idea about what the city's share, province and federal share will be, that's when we'll be able to kind of set up a phasing plan. At the end of the day, someone has to start first and someone kind of has to wait in terms of the amount of infrastructure and where we start. But once that funding is confirmed, we would then be able to come back to council in the future to say, this is the amount and what would council's direction be in terms of where to begin. So ideally, if we could get a big check from both levels of government, we would get going on as much as we could. If that number changes, then there's a matter of phasing in terms of what is the priority at that time and how would council like to address it.
Right, so we've discussed already the jump from Leopold Béliveau to the east-west corridor, which would include a bridge.
That's right.
So that's probably not the first step we would look at.
Yeah, presumably, I mean, in a perfect world, the bridge going across would be a really amazing feat. But to your point, relative to infrastructure cost and need and demand at that time, the bridge may be something that comes in the future. It would be something, again, if we get depending on how successful we are with the application, we would then be able to figure out at what point the bridge would come. But I would not anticipate it to be the first or second phase of that development.
I'm happy because that would be a significant cost.
That's right.
It does not stop the development of that east-west corridor.
Correct. That's right. Yeah, that's right. So, and through our development charging, that item has been included and is being explored further. But again, it's not necessarily the one that we would pull the trigger on first, because we do have other, I guess, more pressing infrastructure needs than the bridge today. But it is important to include it because it will be needed at that full build out.
Yeah, absolutely. And the importance of that connector to Crowley Farm Road to alleviate.
That's right. Yep.
Most accidents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Richard. Councillor Legier.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh, and thanks to everyone who have shared their views. A question I have, Josh, related maybe to, because first time I've sort of heard that, the gentleman was talking about the challenges with disabilities, and it's always been stated that there is a requirement. However, it's always the requirement is built to code. But I sort of get the sense that that size doesn't fit all. And it would be nice to, perhaps for urban planning or for building inspection, to have that face-to-face contact with someone who actually knows what it is and is living it. So I think it's really important. And it's the first time because, it's built to code. So I guess for someone else, for all of us, we don't see that reality.
That's right. And I think what's moved, and again, and building inspection and permits on that side are not my forte, but they are moving more from a barrier-free perspective to a universal design. And my understanding is that a universal design requirement triggers or hits more of the better for all type people that would be using those type of units. So we can certainly take that on with building inspection and do a bit more recon with respect to universal design and what those requirements are. And if there are any gaps that the city feels it could participate in, then we would know effectively how to fill them once it's studied.
So I think it'd be good to take the gentleman's name and...
Yeah, we're going to have a conversation here after when we hang up here. Yeah.
Okay, all right,
I'm going to have a conversation with the city here quite a bit.
Okay. Oh, okay, so that's good to know that.
Yeah, agreed. Yep.
But I think it's important. The other, I like the plan, I like the way the vision lands are laid out, and I will say it, certainly Bill was very much a champion to try to get this done, to bring the landowners together, to look at the developmental charges so that everything wasn't landlocked. And I'm sorry to see that he's not here, but I certainly, along with you and others in urban planning, you've spent a lot of time, and Jim's been able to pull it all together to make it look visually so that we can understand. In the street layout and so on, and perhaps it's there and I just didn't see it, but are there transit hubs in this that are built in this, where we specifically see them? You show, for example, possibility of other infrastructure, public infrastructure.
Yep.
So where would transit hubs fit in this, and is that scaled out as well as part of the plan so that when the first phase rolls in, we have an actually functional transit plan, and it then again takes some pressure off of the streets?
It was a big component of our discussion, and where I find like I guess at the beginning, as this area develops, the transit demand will increase. What we're looking at is if you look at the background study, and it's a beast of a document, there are some transit components in there that talk about bus laybys, notably on that east-west collector. So the east-west collector effectively is where we want people moving. That's where we want the volume to be, because that road will be designed for that purpose. So with a sufficient right-of-way, we will be able to acquire land in strategic locations to have that right-of-way, to have the bus lay-by, and knowing with UDM and a lot of student population, even that area could effectively connect to Crandall if it's done well. So as that area develops, if you're looking from Frampton, you're going to access that east-west collector. We envision, again, that now is the time to accommodate those things, like you said, because there's 570 hectares of undeveloped land today. Now is the time to make sure that those components are put in there. And what's nice about the development charge bylaw is that there are transit items that we can collect on, such as bus laybys. So there's things that we can build into the actual the toolbox from a costing perspective to make sure that we're hitting on those things and not trying to get them done after the fact, because as we know, after the fact makes things very challenging to accommodate. But we would look at the east-west collector first from a transit perspective, and then as the remaining areas develop, if there is a transit need, the nice thing about the road network that we've worked on together is that it is in block formation, so it is conducive to transit, to getting people moved around, whether it's on the Moncton Boulevard extension to the north, the east-west collector, or accessing those roads from the north to the south. Those things have all been taken into account.
I certainly think, thank you, I certainly think as well, though, that this is the first step of the vision lands development, but we really need to begin to focus on cooperative housing, on, as Councillor Bourgeois pointed out, integrated housing. They've done it, in Ontario extensively, and they've done a very good job. I always use the example of when you fly with Air Canada, and you don't know what your neighbor has paid for the same ticket, for the same flight, right?
That's right.
And so I think that is what we need to really take a look at and create a society that where we at different income levels, because we are losing that middle class, and that's really important. And so hopefully, and I think in the future, that has to be part of our policy. And perhaps as a city, we're serious about it. We need to create other incentives and ways for that to happen, and encourage other levels of government to participate. It was interesting when Michael, you were talking about habitat and so on, and it's something that never really struck me in all of the years I've been on council, we always talk about wetlands and we talk about the assessment and so on, but we never really speak about the animals and the other than the vegetation, we really never discuss that. It would be worth, though, taking a look at, there's no doubt this is a large project and we have managed to acquire a lot more lands for public purpose than we need. But it would be very interesting to do an assessment before that's developed, to see what that environment looks like. And there may be things that have to be addressed that we have missed, because, as you said, animals don't have voices. So in any event, I'd like to put that out there, because I think it's important, and it should probably become as important as the wetland review. So I'll just put that out, and perhaps those are discussions that can be had later, but certainly thank you for bringing that forward. It's allows us now to reflect on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Legier. Josh, seeing no other questions, I do have a few questions or comments for you. Can you just refresh my memory? This is a 15 to 20-year build-out that we're looking at here?
That's right, yeah. It would, that would probably be even on an aggressive side, because it's a big swath of area, around 570 acres. For that area to be absorbed through development would probably be, again, 15 to 20 if that infrastructure gets put in the ground soonest. If not, we're looking at a longer window, maybe 25 to 30 years. It all depends on the construction of that east-west collector.
Right, and depends on the other levels of government as
Absolutely,
well, right? The
absolutely.
provincial and federal government coming forward to help with this development.
That's right.
Okay, good. In your, I guess, moving forward, maybe you should reach out to UDM. I met with the president last week, and apparently they have quite the AI system that can track animals, movements. They can even show you what a build-out would look like and what the impact would be on not only that area or that community, but on the infrastructure in the area, the animals in the area, traffic flow as it flows throughout, in and out of that area as well throughout the city. So this is something that came up in the conversations that I had with the president last week. And I thought it was really interesting software.
Dassault Systems.
Yeah.
I've been involved with the city project on that one. They are doing a wildlife corridor with Plan 360 in the Service Commission.
Okay,
so,
great.
yeah, so I'm very familiar with the Dassault group. Yeah.
Okay, good. That was the only comments and questions I had
Great.
for you, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So seeing no other questions from council, I will ask if there's anyone else that has new information who wishes to speak on the agenda item. All right, not seeing any. I will now declare the public hearing closed. At this point, I will ask for a motion from council. Councillor Butler, Councillor Kingston seconded. At this point, we can have a council discussion on the motion, so be it, if it's needed. Councillor Bourgeois.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, give me a sec. Yeah, you're good.
Pardon?
You're good.
Yep. I can either suggest it for the mover and seconder, or I can make an amendment, but as alluded to earlier, the bylaw Z122.15, the second bullet, I would modify the modification proposed by staff to read as follows. P16, the city shall establish a new regional park in the Visions Lands West area as outlined in the Moncton Vision Lands secondary plan.
Okay, we'll let our city clerk get that on record. So that's an amendment, Councillor? So I need a seconder for the amendment, correct? So I'm looking for a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Legier seconds it. So do you want to put that up on the? Yep. Okay. So we'll wait for that to come up on the screen before we have our vote.
establish. And that's okay, I think we mean the same thing.
You go with, Daniel, Councillor Bourgeois, you're okay with that?
Yes, I
Councillor
think
Leger?
it's understood.
Okay. Oh, so she's changed it.
Okay.
Yes.
You're okay with that? Okay, so the mover and the seconder are fine with that as well?
Are you, is Councillor Bourgeois okay?
So we don't need to vote on the amendment?
No, we're going to vote, we're going to vote on the amendment,
Oh.
but you have nothing else to add, correct?
No.
Okay. So at this point, I will ask for a vote on the amendment as shown on the screen. So do we do this hand or do we do this electronically?
Oh, electronic.
Electronic? Okay, so the vote will be electronic on the amendment. Votes are in. Amendment passes unanimously. So at this point, I will ask for a motion, or sorry, we already have a mover and seconder, so I'll ask for the vote on the original motion with the amendment. This will be electronic as well. And it is up. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, council. At this point,
Just one second. Councillor Bourgeois, I am going to add that it was Z122.15 because it wasn't part of the motion that I had put up, so that we're clear as what we're talking about.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a 4-minute health break, so back here at 6:45, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Good,
Yes.
thank you.
No problem. All right, here we go. So this application was tabled at the previous council meeting, and it was tabled to determine whether a fence would be appropriate on the east side of the subject property. There were also questions about the surrounding properties and ownership and what was being, how the properties were being used, so I'll go through some of that this evening. So as the formal recommendation for the public hearing is required to come from the Planning Advisory Committee, the recommendation to council remains as it was originally, as the PAC did not recommend adding the fence. It was discussed at the council meeting, but it wasn't a recommendation of the PAC. So the recommendation does remain as it was. However, if council does feel that a fence is desirable on that eastern side of the property, which I will show in a moment, then an alternate recommendation, alternative number 1, has been provided that does require a 2-meter tall opaque fence along the eastern side of the property. So this is the site plan. This is what was presented at the original public hearing. So as you can see, the buildings are existing. They've been converted to, currently it's an 8-unit apartment building. Parking is located along the back side of the property, and there is currently proposed a 2-meter tall opaque fence along that back side of the property, abutting the parking lot. A hedge was proposed along the eastern property line, and you can see that shown on that eastern side. If council does desire to have a fence along that eastern side as well, that would be where that dark red line is located on the site plan. The landowner was asked if they would be open to having, putting up a fence on that eastern side as well, and they have no problems doing so if that is council's wish. So again, at the previous council meeting, there were a couple of questions about the surrounding properties and about the abutting driveway as well on the eastern side. So in terms of the properties, the surrounding properties, so the properties to the north behind the subject lot, so the subject lots are highlighted in red. So they do appear to be landlocked, but they are not. They are under common ownership with the property that is highlighted in blue, that's the bowling alley. So they are all commonly owned by that property, so they're not landlocked. There were also some questions about there's a driveway on the eastern side of the lot, so that is not a public street, it's not a private street, it is a driveway. It is part of the property next door, and it's currently zoned suburban commercial, so the city does not maintain it as a road in any way, and the city, the city doesn't maintain it, it's not, it's private property. And again, the last question, I believe, was about property ownership. And so the different highlighted colors here show the property ownership. So as I mentioned, the properties that are highlighted in blue, they are owned by the bowling alley, I guess, the owner of Fair Lanes and the Commercial Plaza. And the properties that are highlighted in yellow, those ones are owned by the McDonald's. And so, as previously noted, should council decide that they do wish to see a fence, a 2-meter tall opaque fence along the eastern side of the subject properties, that alternate recommendation has been provided for that.
Great, Sarah, thank you for your presentation. And again, staying with the guidelines for a public hearing, we are at spot number 9 at this point. Members of council can pose questions to administration at this point with regards to this project.
Yes.
So, not seeing any. Oh, sorry, didn't see you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, and thank you, Sarah. It being from Ward 3, I'd like to say a couple things, as usual, I guess. The first thing is that it's great to see that it's getting rezoned and getting redeveloped, checking all the boxes that we need to do for that area.
Yeah.
Regards to sight lines, I would recommend no fence. Just so close to the high school, so close for people to hang out. I would not recommend that. That's my only two things. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Not seeing any other questions from council, I will now ask if anyone has any new information or new questions they wish to speak to. Not seeing any. I will now declare the public hearing is closed. At this point, I will look for a mover and a seconder of the motion. Moved by Councillor Butler, seconded by Councillor Steeves. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion? Oh, Councillor Bourgeois.
Just want to ask a question about the and I asked it last time, who owns the lots on the other side, on the, I guess, north side or west side? Why wouldn't a solid fence be, or an opaque fence be better? I defer to the two members, but are we setting ourselves up for problems later on?
Sarah, I think you didn't mention that the bowling alley had owned the properties north
Yes,
in
and
your
the-
presentation?
Yep. They're owned by the bowling alley, and there is a fence screening the parking lot on that side. That is a requirement when you've got the parking lot there. But on the other side, it's not required. It's just another suburban commercially zoned property, so it's not a requirement. There's no parking on that other side, so.
Okay, all right, thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Maire Adjoint.
Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Not seeing any other questions from council, I will now call the vote on the motion. Oh, you need to hit your light, Councillor. Can we hold off on the vote, please? We have a Councillor LeBlanc wishes to ask a question. Oh. Oh, you wanted to vote? Okay, sorry. So I guess we will go on to the voting stage. Motion passes. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Just to be clear, is that to vote with the fence, or, oh, no fence? Okay.
The motion as read on record.
Perfect, thank you.
Madam City Clerk.
The next item is a subdivision of Riverbank residents, and I see Paul Edgar is here to give that presentation.
Welcome, Paul. Nice to get out of the cushy chair and up to the mic, huh?
Well, maybe. Good evening, members of council. Administrations have received an application for subdivision from 736212 NB Inc. The subject property is located in Ward 2 on the north side of Salisbury Road. The area shown in red is the current location of the site that we're looking at doing subdivision on tonight. It's approximately 530 meters from the Causeway Traffic Circle. Current zoning, of course, is suburban commercial. The purpose of the tentative plan is to create 2 lots for future development, land for public purposes, and a 5-meter public utility easement along the lands owned by the developer on Salisbury Road. As a condition of subdivision is normally why I'm here, 10% of the lands, excluding public streets, must be dedicated as land for public purposes, or council may instead require cash in lieu equal to 8% of the market value of land excluding publicly owned streets again. Or a third option is council may agree to a combination of either. In this case, the developer is proposing to donate 2,457 square meters of land. Sorry, that is the actual true amount required, where he is proposing to donate 2,296 square meters of land, so a difference of 161 square meters. We determined to take the cash in lieu for that 161 square meters instead of taking the full in that area because design had already been done in the area. Planning and development staff in collaboration with Parks and Engineering reviewed the site to identify the optimum location and of sufficient size to actually help to get a future park area in this area. This will not only support the buildings going here, but any of the residents along either street and on the other side of the road as well. The Plan Advisory Committee recommends that Moncton City Council assent to the location of land for public purposes and require cash in lieu of land for public purposes in the amount of $201.69. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for your presentation. So we have a recommendation to be moved and seconded. Would the ward councillors like to move it? Councillor Bourgeois, Councillor Legier? Okay. Questions on the motion, Councillor Bourgeois?
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Merci, Monsieur Edgar. So we have a new policy that gets rid of land for public purposes for affordable housing. You've mentioned that this would be for park. I'm just curious as to, is this potential lot going to, could become a land for public purpose for affordable housing for down the road?
I can't speak to that. I can definitely speak to the fact that the intent of our department at the time was to be, and for the Parks Department, was to actually have playground space, amenity space for the residents in the area, because the next one is quite a ways away.
Yeah,
So you
no,
want
no,
easy walking
I have no
so,
problem with the,
yeah.
I'm just wondering, there will be another process if ever we do dispose of the LFPP that we are approving today, if ever it does become a request for affordable housing.
Correct, and you as council would have to make that final decision whether to dispose of it.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le maire adjoint.
Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Councillor Legier.
Yeah, just as a follow-up for that, I know that there's a dollar value because they're taking a little more than what we would have normally gotten.
Yeah.
So my question is, with what we have left, could you build on that? And would it be to our advantage if we had not given up that portion, and then that truly would allow us to use that to create some more affordable housing and so on? So.
No, it's only 161 square meters, so based upon the length, you're adding maybe 3 meters wide to that length, the depth of that LFPP that's going in there.
So in the future, you could build something on there?
No, not
because
really, no.
You could not build anything there?
On that 3 meters that you're asking about?
No,
Not easily.
On what we have remaining, we could build something on there?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, and that extra 3 meters wouldn't make a ton of difference in terms?
It shouldn't, no. Not
Well,
because
it shouldn't, but.
Shouldn't, but nothing's saying it wouldn't either, so.
So I can get confirmation that with the land that's left, if we chose as a council or future council chose to grant that land for affordable housing, that a building could be built on that based on the size of the property that remains.
For sure, you've got 30 meters of frontage and quite a depth of land there, so you could easily get another one of those existing apartment buildings on that LFPP lot.
Okay.
So plenty of room for a building.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, thank you then.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Legier. Not seeing any other questions, I will call for the vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Madam City Clerk?
The next item is a subdivision as well, Illuminel Holdings, Inc., cash in lieu, and I see that Paul is here once again.
Welcome back, Paul.
Thank you. All right. Administration has received a subdivision application on the behalf of Bell Mobility to create the Lumel Holdings subdivision. The proposed subdivision is located in Ward 1 on lands owned by Lumel Holdings. The area outlined in red shows the location of the proposed subdivision on the east side of McLaughlin Drive, approximately 380 meters north of Granite Drive. Of note, just to the east of that is another small parcel that's actually a Rogers Tower site there now. The purpose of the tentative plan is to create a lot 26-01 for use of mobility tower operated by Bell Mobility. As a condition of subdivision, as I mentioned earlier, 10% of the land can be donated over, or council could require cash in lieu. In this case, in conjunction, of course, in consultation with the Parks Department, it was determined that we did not want an LFPP on this small piece of land. So we chose to go with the cash in lieu. So administration recommends that Moncton City Council require cash in lieu of land for public purposes in the amount of $636.79 for the Lumel Holdings Inc. subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for your presentation. Being in Ward 1, I'd love to move this, but I can't. So. Councillor Kingston moves it. Councillor LeBlanc will second it. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, I will call for the, Councillor Richard.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Crossman. Just a question on the second piece of land right after, on that map, it shows the strip, probably the road going to that lot. Then there's another lot right after that that's still theirs. Anything?
So that's a land lease. So in order to lease land longer than 10 years, you have to actually create a parcel for it. and it's still owned by Lumel, but it's leased by Rogers Communications. So this tower and the bell tower will be side by side, but they do not generally share infrastructure in the towers.
Okay, and it doesn't affect what we're doing here today?
No, no. Actually, it helps it because there's already easement agreements and stuff out to the road.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Legier.
Thank you. What's the size of that property that we're going to be, or what is proposed to?
So it's, 1,465 square meters in size.
1,455?
65.
1,465. What was the square meter size of the last lot that we were talking about a second ago? Remember?
No.
It'd be easier for, I just would like a comparison just to see, it's probably about 2/3 maybe.
Looks like 2,298.
Yeah, okay. All right. Just a comparison. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Good,
Merci.
thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, I will call on the vote. Motion carries. Thank you, Paul, for your presentation.
Thank you, everyone.
Next would be councillor statements, and I believe that Councillor Kingston.
Councillor Kingston.
Ready to go? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madame Graffia and Deputy Mayor. Just a few items for council tonight that the CRPA is presently working on. The various committees are meeting with the goal of improved communications and transparency. I know there was a one-day workshop in February well attended by the majority of members, well attended and very productive. So the next public CRPS meeting is April the 16th here at City Hall. The Q3 and Q4 KPIs will be presented to the board at that time. Chairman Jean Gauguin will be here at City Council for a discussion and presentation on the 20th of April. The committees are busy working on, and the committees include, for those who may not be aware of, 3: governance, finance, and contract and quality of policing. So they are creating, a board self-evaluation document that's going to be completed on a yearly basis going forward. Orientation manual is in the final stages of review, so a lot of positive things happening. New CRPA logo, very excited to vote on that. We had 3 options and to be finalized. Work continues on the new CRPA website. They can always be better, and I think the new version will be a lot more navigable, if I can say that, from the previous CRPA website. Surveys were sent to the 3 municipal councils. I hope everyone here had a chance to fill them out and send them back. Results will be shared with the service provider. And that's an update on the latest CRPA events. Again, the chairman is here on the 20th to talk to council, and the KPIs are being introduced to the board on April 16th. Thank you, Madame Graffia, and thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kingston. That is a very welcomed update. Thank you. Appreciate that. Madam City Clerk.
The next item is reports and recommendations from committees and private meetings, rapport et recommandations des comités et réunions à huis clos. And the 9.1 is recommendations from the Committee of the Whole of Moncton City Council, March 23rd, 2026. Moncton City Council, at its Committee of the Whole of March 23rd, 2026, is recommending the following. There are 3 recommendations coming out of that meeting. 1, be it therefore resolved that City review the Community Implementation Plan for Affordable Housing before the 2027 budget deliberations and identify all required revisions and updates to the plan, as well as any additional financial commitment to ensure the plan's pertinence and success during the 2027-2031 period. Be it also resolved that before the 2027 budget deliberations, the city conduct a feasible study for a municipal housing authority that would, among other things, implement the city's affordable housing plan and manage city lands identified as surplus for the purpose of affordable housing in accordance with the city's disposition and acquisition of lands policy. The backgrounder on this is that the City of Moncton has taken several measures over the years to address the issue of affordable housing in various forms. whether it be through grants, contributions to agencies constructing affordable housing units, participation on task force, the establishment of committees, etc. The notion of a housing authority was discussed some time ago at the Social Inclusion Committee. The continued emergence of homelessness and continued housing affordability gap in the city has underscored the need for authority that could manage the city's policy on disposition of lands with the goal of assigning potential surplus lands for affordable housing.
Moved by Councillor Bourgeois, seconded by Councillor Legier. Any comments or questions on the motion? Not seeing any. We will move to a vote. Motion passes.
Sorry, I guess there was only two. I miscounted. That the City of Moncton approve entering into a conservation recognition agreement with the province of New Brunswick that recognizes the properties identified by PID in Schedule A of the agreement as other affected areas-based conservation measures, OECMS. Authorizes the Department of Natural Resources to report these lands to the federal government for inclusion in the Canadian Protected and Conserved Areas database, and approve the watershed management and municipal park management mission statements. And further, that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to execute all necessary documents and affix the corporate seal thereto. Backgrounder on this is in March 2025, City Council entered into a project support agreement with the Funday Biosphere region, under which the cities committed to work with the Funday Biosphere region to evaluate several municipal green spaces properties using the Pathways to Canada Target One decision support tool. The purpose is to determine whether any of these lands qualify as other effective area-based conservation measures. Where lands are found to qualify, the city will prepare an appropriate management plan and submit the lands for inclusion in the Canadian Protected and Conservation Area database.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. So we have a recommendation to be moved and seconded. Moved by Councillor Richard, seconded by Councillor Kingston. Any questions on the motion? Not seeing any, I'll call for the vote. Motion passes.
The next item under this this area is the Ad Hoc Committee Crime Reduction Final Report, and I see that Councillor Bourgeois has gone to the podium to present this report.
Councillor Bourgeois, we will get the mic on as soon as you hit the button.
There you go.
There we go. And Councillor Bourgeois, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Do I, Shelley, do I scroll up?
You should just touch the screen and it should
Perfect.
work.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le maire adjoint, chers collègues. La présentation comptera 4 parties. D'abord, je prendrai une vingtaine de minutes pour présenter les faits saillants. Ensuite, les autres membres du comité ajouteront leur grain de sel. Troisièmement, les membres du conseil pourront nous poser des questions. Et enfin, je retournerai à mon siège pour délibérer sur la résolution.
Kyle, can you move it forward?
Merci. Le 6 octobre 2025, le Conseil a établi ce comité ad hoc pour élaborer un plan triennal de réduction et de prévention du crime. Le Conseil nous a donné 6 mois pour produire ce plan. Nous voilà. Comme l'indique l'écran, le comité était composé de 5 membres. Je remercie pour la belle collaboration les conseillers Butler, Leblanc et Légère, ainsi que Patrick Richard de DMCI. Le comité a reçu une excellente collaboration de 6 gestionnaires, M. Preston, Després, Savoie, Alain, Doucette et le surintendant Jolette. Merci à vous. Le plan et le rapport sont toutefois de la plume des conseillers. Nous avons essayé de notre mieux pour produire un plan qui est adapté aux réalités de notre ville, pas au niveau de la région, mais de la ville, et un plan qui est stratégique selon nos réalités. Alors, quelles sont nos réalités? Nos statistiques sur la criminalité sont très décevantes, voire inacceptables. Notre taux de criminalité et notre indice de gravité de la criminalité sont supérieurs à ceux du Nouveau-Brunswick et du Canada. Le sommet a été atteint en 2021. Depuis, nos taux sont à la baisse, mais on peut faire mieux et on doit faire mieux. En plus d'être supérieur aux taux nationaux et provinciaux, notre taux de criminalité et notre indice de gravité de la criminalité sont significativement supérieurs à ceux qu'on trouve à Saint-Jean et Fredericton. Moncton est particulier. Et c'est pourquoi le Conseil doit agir sur notre situation. Ainsi, malgré le progrès depuis 2021, nos taux demeurent trop élevés. La sécurité publique est la priorité unanime de notre plan stratégique, donc le Conseil doit adopter et mettre en œuvre un plan cohérent sur le crime. Le comité a creusé un peu pour identifier les types de crimes à cibler. Les crimes mineurs sont les principaux stimulants de nos taux inacceptables. Par crime mineur, on entend des vols de moins de 5 000 $, des entrées par infraction, le désordre social et les autres infractions qui ne tombent pas sous le code criminel. Et on voit que les taux ont plus ou moins augmenté, mais ils commencent à diminuer depuis 2021, mais il y a encore une grosse différence. Par ailleurs, la grande majorité des crimes commis sont concentrés à l'ouest du centre-ville. Le défi est aussi présent ailleurs en ville, mais lors des 3 prochaines années, le comité recommande de cibler l'ouest du centre-ville. Ce que vous avez là, c'est des tableaux qui sont extraits du rapport de Perryvale & Taylor sur les services de police. J'ai fait mon Donald Trump en employant un Sharpie puis en cerclant les zones qui sont les plus, là où les taux de criminalité sont les plus fréquents. Dans le coin supérieur en haut à gauche, ce sont les crimes les plus sérieux. Dans le milieu, en haut, c'est les priorités de deuxième ordre et les crimes mineurs sont dans le 3e tableau en haut à droite. Parmi les crimes mineurs, le tableau en bas à gauche parle des entrées par infraction, break and enters. Celui du milieu parle des désordres, disturbances en anglais. Et en bas à droite, c'est les désordres de personnes non désirables. Based on these facts, we propose high-level strategic plan rather than a mid-level operational plans that will be determined by the daily implementers depending on what council decides to do. It is based on evidence, facts, bottom-up data. Notre plan triennal vise 5 objectifs mesurables. D'abord, réduire le taux de criminalité de 10% chaque année, ainsi que l'indice de gravité de la criminalité de 10% chaque année. Troisièmement, adopter des mesures pour prévenir le crime de 5% chaque année après la fin de ce plan triennal, donc un effort continu, on ne peut pas juste arrêter dans 3 ans. Quatrièmement, augmenter la confiance du public que Moncton est une ville sécuritaire. Et cinquièmement, assurer une gouvernance qui est transparente, imputable, efficace et efficiente des services de police. Our plan cannot be successful without significant changes. So in Appendix A of the plan, we produce 26 recommendations that will help the implementation. We can regroup them under 4 categories. 1 is to prioritize minor crimes in hotspots. 2, adopt a true community policing effort. 3, overhaul the governance of regional policing, that means the CRPA. And number 4, better collaboration from the province. Council has taken several measures that have made an impact. We have hired 26 RCMP officers, more than we had in 2021, as well as 9 bylaw officers, and the crime rate has reduced by 22% since 2021. However, these measures were piecemeal rather than a coherent plan. There is no measures, there's no deadlines, there's no responsibilities, and more must be done to get back to normal, which would be somewhere between St. John and Fredericton, hopefully. So we cannot hope that the positive trends continue. We must act to ensure this happens. The city must lead. The city must, first of all, hire more peace officers. We recommend 8. Their responsibilities would be to patrol the hotspots and address the social issues, respond to and investigate minor crimes, establish neighborhood groups throughout the city, neighborhood watch groups, conduct SEPTEDs for every neighborhoods and new developments. SEPTEDs, it's an acronym for Crime Prevention Through Environment Design. Implement a vacant property strategy. That was a suggestion by the group Enough is Enough that we adopted. And finally, implement school programs to protect our children and reduce crime later on. The city must also wait until 2028, in our opinion, before hiring a significant amount of our CMP members. Maybe hire a few in 2027 based on this plan. But the priority should be to hiring more peace officers, we recommend 8, along with social workers by the province, and then after they've been through a year of operations, see what additional, if any, RCMP officers we need. Because a lot of the issues are minor crime and related to social disturbances. So our CMP members may not be the best solution. Social workers and our bylaw officers would be better equipped to deal with these instances. We should also, as a city, increase our reserve for police. Right now, it stands at $1.1 million for 2026, but we will be hiring more people in 2026. And as we progress, if we increase the number of RCMP members, the risk of having additional fluctuations in the budget increases. So we should go from 1.1 to 2 million by 2027. And also, because the federal government has hinted over the years that they may pull the RCMP out of municipal policing, maybe by 2032, maybe afterwards. That reserve should be built to $5 million because the transition costs would be significant if that ever happens. And the city should also hire experts to conduct studies that would show if the 10% rebate we received for the RCMP is appropriate. The 10% is a rebate given by the federal government to compensate for the time that the Kodiak RCMP provides for federal services, if you wish. So do they give out 10%, 20%? If so, the percentage of the rebate should reflect that. Second study would be to show if the administration fee paid to the RCMP, which is over $11 million a year based on a calculation of $56,000 per member, based on the estimate of $199 per member. So we're paying $56,000 for 199 members, even if they don't have 199 members in operational capacity. So a study to determine the exact fee that should be paid. And the third one is to prepare a transition plan if the RCMP is pulled from municipal policing. We do not think the future council should wait until the federal government makes that decision. There should be some sort of plan ahead in case that happens. The CRPA also must do better. The Kodiak Regional Police Authority was established to manage, oversee regional policing after the McKenna government eliminated the Moncton Police Force, the Dieppe Police Force, and the Riverview RCMP detachment in 1998. It is composed of 13 voting members, 6 from Moncton, 3 from Dieppe, 3 from Riverview, and 1 from the province. That means that the city of Moncton pays 70% of the budget for the CRPA, but we get 46% of the votes. Dieppe and Riverview pay 30% of the budget, but they also get 46% of the votes. And to make things even more complicated, the province does not pay a dime into the CRPA budget, but has 8% of the votes, and mathematically, they have the deciding vote. So there's something about the representation of the CRPA that we question. So on the first hand, the CRPA board must become more accountable to the three councils. I'm glad with the presentation that Councillor Kingston, our rep to the CRPA, has produced earlier. So that's, I guess, a way forward that seems to coincide with this. Secondly, the reps on the CRPA board, however, are not accountable to council, to the elected council, and there should be a better tie or a more direct link between council, which is elected by the population and pays for the CRPA budget, with the CRPA board. I'll give you an example. In 2025, CRPA came to council and requested, I think it was 15 additional officers, 10 that would have been dedicated to traffic enforcement. Nothing wrong with traffic enforcement, but we know that the priority criminal activities are the minor crimes, and a unit should have been established for that, I think, according to council. But the CRPA board did a survey and they decided to focus on other priorities. The CRPA must also prioritize the measures contained in this three-year plan, regardless of what modifications council does to it. And the CRPA should implement and assess a proven community policing model. We had sort of wanted to produce or recommend the broken windows policing model. It seemed to us to be very pertinent, but the RCMP do not want that. They want a sort of alternative approach to it. We're not the experts, but the CRPA should be the ones telling the RCMP what kind of community policing model they should follow. For its part, the RCMP must also do better for our citizens and our businesses. They have established a property crime unit. Great, but property crimes are just part of the minor crimes that produce a significant impact on our crime rate and our crime severity. So they should widen the scope of that unit to include all minor crimes. Secondly, they should reconsider their resistance to minor crime enforcement. When we talked to the CRPA about the broken windows policing, they said, no, we don't espouse that model. We prefer to have a soft implementation of enforcement. We disagree with that, but again, that should be the CRPA that should focus on this. Our recommendation would be to ask them to do so. The RCMP must also increase and improve reporting of crime statistics and divulge the yearly number of fully operational members. It's not very clear how many people they have working at any given time. And I think that's a major bit of information because 80% of their expenditures are human resources. And finally, the province must do better. It must grant peace officer designation or status to our bylaw officers. I'll give you an example. Our bylaw officers cannot enter a building or a property without the written permission of the owner, but a peace officer could do that. Secondly, they should either hire more or assign some of the social workers they have to the social issues we have in Moncton. We have by far the highest number of social issues, disturbances, whatever you want to call them. So the province should help us by designated some social workers to these, to help especially the homeless. The province must also modify the CRPA governance. I had alluded to the CRPA not being accountable to the city, but there's also the control. If we pay the piper, we should have some sort of determination or power over the priorities. In the biggest, number 4, it would be to specify operations. In the Police Act, Provincial Police Act, but it's a similar wording in the RCMP Act, the superintendent or the police chief is responsible for operations. That's fine, no problem in terms of investigations, but operations is wider than investigations. Operations should not include budget, priorities, for instance. In 2023, for example, council unanimously decided to invest an additional $800,000 to $900,000 to hire 5 additional RCMP members to patrol downtown and the Old West End. The RCMP took the money, but decided to spend it elsewhere. That doesn't make sense to us, so there's got to be a better accountability. And overall, the antiquated municipal finance system. That's been in the works for 40 years. I'll try to explain the dilemma we face in because of the issues with policing in particular. The principles of the existing financial system, municipal financial system, were established in 1966. 60 years later, it needs a major overhaul. The system fails public safety in particular. I'll try to demonstrate how. There are 2 fundamental principles in the municipal financial system since the Equal Opportunities Program established in 1966 following the Byrne Royal Commission in 1963. The first one is that soft services like education and health should be centralized in Fredericton to provincial departments, paid for by taxes on individuals, income tax, sales tax, etc. While on the other hand, the second principle is that hard services like streets and sidewalks, water, sewage, should be localized in the hands of municipalities and paid for by taxes on properties. But there is one major anomaly in the whole system, and that is public safety. Police and fire simultaneously offer hard and soft services. They have remained local. The province could have, in 1966, established a provincial police force. It did not. They could have established a provincial fire service. They did not. They kept it local. That's fine. But the financial system hinders the success of public safety when left into local hands with the existing financial system. So 60 years later, and this is why our committee addresses the Equal Opportunities Program and the municipal financial system, because if it was done right, we could easily be able to pay significant improvements to our policing services. 60 years later, the city property taxes to residences is established at $1.36 per $1,000 of assessment. Our businesses, we charge $2.31 for $1,000 of investment. The City of Moncton has no debt, and we have significant reserves, so our finances are very well managed. Our operational budget is $236 million, and 30% of which is spent on public safety, 18% on police, 11% on fire. Those percentages will come back later. You'll see why. The province, by comparison, charges also property taxes to our businesses. In 2026, we estimate that the province will collect from our businesses $50 million. What does the province do with these $50 million a year? We really don't know. What we do know is that we expect to get $13.4 million in 26 in grants to help us pay for infrastructure projects. But that leaves a balance of $36.6 million in 2026 and in future years as well. Where does it go? The American independence was fought on the principle of no taxation without representation. We suggest that the businesses in town, with the support of the city, follow the principle of no taxation without services. So for the sake of public safety, transparency, accountability, and democracy, we need an effective financial system. What we are recommending is that the province should reimburse the city 18%, which is our expenditure based on our total for policing. So they should also reimburse part of that $50 million that they collect, 18% or $9 million for police services. They should reimburse the city 11% of that $50 million, so $5.5 million for fire services. All revenues from traffic fines issued by the RCMP, The RCMP is paid for by local taxpayers. They issue traffic fines. The fines are collected and sent to the province. The city receives not a dime. So we pay for the RCMP to do traffic enforcement, but whatever they enforce goes to the province. That doesn't make sense to us. If the federal government can give us a rebate of 10%, we recommend that the province also give us a rebate of 10%, because a lot of the work that the RCMP does is for provincial initiatives. Sometimes, I'll give you an example, the province will phone up the RCMP one day and say, we have a child, a minor, that is in our ward, our responsibility, but has escaped. Please find him or her. And the RCMP will push a lot of priorities aside, will go find the individual and does a good job at it and returns it to the province. But the province doesn't pay a dime for that. The federal government gives us a 10% rebate. The province should also give us a 10% rebate. Now, we also would like it to hire social workers, as I said earlier, to be dedicated to homelessness and other social issues. We estimate maybe $1 million for 3 years. So we need collaboration from the province. Everybody says, oh, you got to collaborate. We don't care who does what. You need collaboration. We had no authority over the province. The province has authority over us. We're a child of the province. Child does not determine what the weekly allowance is going to be. The parents do that. Well, that's what happens in municipal governance. We depend on the province. But we're ready to collaborate. But we need a collaboration that is bottom-up more than top-down. So unless the province changes the system and takes over local policing and establishes a provincial police force, it should follow the city's lead and help us address local public safety. Moncton is the province's largest community and its economic engine. We must assume leadership and accountability, but we also need provincial buy-in and serious collaboration. We are hopeful that it will happen. So to recap the map, next slide, please. Yes. Yes. To recap the math, provincial revenues are $50 million a year. We would recommend a formula that we would reimburse to the city 2/3 of it. The province could keep it and build highways that help our businesses either ship their products or received for the retail sector shoppers. That's fine. But to help us provide the right amount of police services and fire services. Don't forget, we have a fire prevention review that will cost us $200 million over the next 15 years. Somebody's going to pay for it. This is a way to pay for it. We acknowledge that the province has accumulated since 1966 a $14 billion debt, and it's growing. We know that our requests will reduce its revenues by $33 million moving forward. There will be resistance, but our businesses should not have to pay $50 million a year without obtaining services of equal value. We think that a 67-33 split of $50 million is a win-win scenario for our businesses, our citizens, and our province. Almost done. Alors, nous avons enfin un plan pour combattre le crime. Nous sommes confiants qu'il mènera à des résultats positifs. Cependant, on ne prétend pas qu'il est parfait. On peut l'améliorer. Et de plus, nous ne pourrons réussir sans nos concitoyens et nos partenaires. Donc, on propose quelques prochaines étapes et on vous suggère de considérer ça comme une demande de raisonnage comme qu'on a vu aujourd'hui. Donc, ce soir, le 7 avril, on reçoit le plan et on l'accepte en principe, à moins que vous voulez le rejeter en partant. Si vous l'acceptez de le recevoir puis de poursuivre les prochaines étapes, d'ici au 13 avril, lundi prochain, on consulterait la GRC, le CRPA ou ARPC en français, le groupe Assez c'est assez, Enough is Enough, Downtown Moncton Centre-Ville Inc. et le ministère responsable de sécurité publique pour obtenir leurs commentaires sur le rapport. Et le 13 avril, une réunion publique spéciale organisée par le Conseil pour obtenir la rétroaction des citoyens sur le plan qu'on propose. Et puis revenir au Conseil dans 2 semaines, le 20 avril, pour délibérer et adopter ou rejeter, si vous préférez, le plan triennal. Je conclus en proposant la résolution qui est dans votre guide, dans le CRF, pour fin de discussion. Je vous remercie de votre temps et de votre considération, de votre patience. Avant de vous permettre de poser des questions, chers collègues, je vais inviter les membres du comité, le conseiller Butler, le conseiller Leblanc et le conseiller Légère, s'ils ont quelques mots à dire pour ajouter à votre compréhension et votre discussion.
Thank you for your presentation, Councillor Bourgeois. Councillor Butler, I see that you have your light lit. I assume you want to second the motion?
Yes, and I have just a quick statement to make there.
Okay, so go ahead, Councillor.
Go ahead, thanks. Going over the presentation, the only issue that I had that I think that we might get off course here a bit, when you said that if we have 199, that's how much we have to pay for the J Division, whatever, administration. We only pay for the members that we have here. We don't pay, it might have on paper 199, but at the end of the year, they look and see how many we have, and that's what we pay, that $58,000 or $57,000 per year per member.
So there is a reimbursement.
I think we get the bill at the end, so we know how many there is, and I think that's how it's done.
Because what we were told by our finances that we calculated the $11.1 million. That's 56,000 per member times how many, and it came out to 199.
Well, maybe Greg would know better than, I just know from working there that that's what I was told many times.
Yeah. I'll go search. Greg? Oh,
Yeah, within the budget, we budget on the 199, but the actual that comes in, there's an adjustment that comes in with a reconciliation every year, which adjusts to the actual.
Okay, so in 2026, we will be paying 11 million, but it might be a reimbursement if they don't have 199?
Budget, but we actually at the end up paying, if we have 165, we'd pay 165 times the rate. What we're actually is boots on the ground, let's put it that way.
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Butler.
thank you, Greg, for that. I appreciate it. Any other questions?
Well, if Councillor Léger and Councillor Leblanc have any comments to the presentation.
Councillor Legier.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Great way to present all that information. I think it's a really good starting point in terms of a long-term strategy. I'm looking forward to the comments. If you look at putting a number, 10% reduction in crime, property crimes or minor crimes, it'll be interesting to see a reaction, but we need to start somewhere. And I think the intent is to drive the numbers down. I do like the fact that the CRPA, I firmly believe, have begun to restructure quite nicely, and thank you, Councillor Kingston, for indicating what's happening. I think as future councils, we'll have to have a much better relationship with the Kodiak Regional Policing Authority. We can't do it alone, and I think we've begun to highlight that, and so the discussions have been very good in terms of the things that we need to reflect on. And your way of demonstrating the different revenue streams and where the differences are, in particular with fire and policing, are going to help us make that business case to the provincial government, and help us find ways to just be able to provide the services based on the taxes that our residents are paying. We're not asking for any more, and I think that's sort of where all this lays out. I look forward to the comments, and I think that it's not going to happen overnight, but I do, applaud your tenacity and how, you structured a lot of this to move it forward. And I think the four of us gave it as much input as we could, and a lot of input came from staff. And they certainly have been extremely helpful. And in a time where they're busy. We're all busy, but they're very busy, and I really do want to say thank you. They were excellent support. And look forward to it, and hopefully now we'll see what the response from other organizations are. So again, thank you, and look forward to it. Merci.
Thank you, Councillor Leger. Councillor LeBlanc, would you wish to add?
Tu as tout dit. Alors, yeah, so I don't have, everything has been speaking, yeah. Donc, merci.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Not seeing any other questions, Councillor. Oh, Councillor Butler, you wish to speak?
Yeah, so when I spoke, I just wanted, the first time was just clarification, but for this one, I would just like to say that, thank you so much to staff. I mean, Jeff and Claude were in there every time we had a meeting, and, they brought forth a lot of facts for us and done a lot of research. But I also want to say, thank you to Councillor Bourgeois. He took the time, we sat there, we done some input, and, we took plenty of notes, but it was Councillor Bourgeois that put this together and put the facts together. And, kudos to you for taking the time away from, other things that you could have been doing to do this. I think it's an important part going forward for whoever's on the council next to see where, this council believes that we should be going. And I think there's some great points. And one of the ones that we can't say it high, long and strong enough is the community safety officer becoming peace officers. Mr. Preston, him and his staff have done an excellent job on putting together with the consultants what we needed to become peace officers. If you do your research, you see that we've covered every step that we're supposed to do for this. There's no place in the New Brunswick Police Act that says that the deputy minister has anything to say about it. It's the minister. There's nothing in the New Brunswick Police Act that says anything about the RCMP having any say in it. It's the minister. And I think that actually we got to really, really push, and even from our CAO, to give another strong letter to them, to the provincial government, to say that, listen, this is needed. We're not asking for something that's never been done. It's been done many times in the province. And we have some communities in this province now that are kind of running like the Wild West with this. We've put everything together, what we need, our training, our education, our security backgrounds. Every one of these people that are bylaw officers, they could actually just step in now and be a peace officer. I would not question that at all. So I think that's the big thing, if we get anything from this also, is that we have done everything possible that the province has asked for the peace officers. And I think that we have to really push this a little bit further and go hard on them for this. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel.
May I add a comment? I forgot, I didn't see him earlier, but Patrick Shaw, the Executive Director of Downtown Moncton Centre-Ville, was also a member of the committee, so I'll invite Patrick if he has any comments or compliments or criticism. Good to go? Okay, merci.
Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. So we do have a motion that's been moved and seconded. I do have some questions, Councillor Bourgeois, with regards to your presentation that was made, so hopefully you can help me out on that. I'm not seeing anybody else with their lights on, so. Congratulations to staff, or administration, as well as the council members that were selected for this project. Daniel, Councillor Bourgeois, I'm glad to see that the third time's the charm, because council has tried to do this twice in the past and hasn't been successful at it, and I'm very happy to see that we are now. My questions will be directed, first one I'll direct it at the city manager. It's with regards to the granting of the peace officer. Where are we at on this request with the province of New Brunswick? It was stated earlier this evening by Councillor Butler that Mr. Preston has done everything within his will that he can. with the province and with the minister to get this done, so I'm curious to know where we stand on this today.
Thank you for the question. As indicated, I think Councillor Butler also mentioned it. Yes, we've made a formal request that dates back to last year to the province for consideration under special constable status for our bylaw officers. We've had a number of conversations with the province at the deputy minister level and at the officials level through that period of time. They've indicated to us that it is on their, I guess, agenda, but they can't give us a timeline on that agenda. So again, we followed up as recently as about 2 weeks ago, where we sent a follow-up letter to the province. But again, they can't give us a specific date on when they would review the Police Act or provide us with that clarity. But we continue to ask on a very regular basis.
Okay, good, thank you, I appreciate that. Councillor Bourgeois, in your presentation, again, not in the recommendation, but in your presentation, you talked about an April 8th to the 13th consultation with the RCMP, the CRPA, Enough is Enough, DMCI, and the provincial government. That's 3 days. It's a 3-day window. So do you think that consultation can happen within a 3-day window that will provide enough data to prove this plan moving forward?
Maybe not. It's a good point. We recommend a public hearing on the 13th. So maybe we can give the organizations until the following
20th.
meeting, the 20th of April, when council gathers again to discuss, and then we will have the public feedback and the stakeholder feedback on the 20th. That flexible. I don't think the committee has any diehards.
I'm just asking the question because it is only 3 business days. It's a very short window, and I know administration is extremely going to be involved in this, city administration, so they have a lot on their plate. I just want to make sure we're getting the right data to come back on April the 13th, which obviously isn't possible. The April 13th special public meeting to get citizens' feedback. At that meeting, what are your expectations?
Well, we hope that the plan and the appendix with the recommendation is put on the website. I would say public consultation, ask people to come, the same with the zoning recommendation, that they would come to the mic if they have any comments. So it'd be a special public meeting dedicated to that. So a couple of hours, 2.5 hours, whatever it takes, let people come to the mic and say what they agree with but disagree with, if they have any modifications or amendments, and then council can take that into consideration the following week when we deliberate on the plan, whether or not you want to reject it, adopt it as is, or adopt it with the modifications following public consultations and stakeholder consultations.
So would I be comfortable with saying it would be similar to a public consultation? The April 13th meeting?
Sure. I think the model of rezoning seems to be well understood by council, so we have a public presentation as we did today. Then we go out and invite people for their reactions to pros and cons like we had today, and then close the hearing, and then council will make a decision. So the public hearing would be part of it, but we would make a decision the following week.
Okay.
There is flexibility. We probably could wait until the beginning of first meeting of May if everybody thinks that it's too crunch. I don't think it needs 2 months of consultations, but if we need to give stakeholders an additional week or so, we could give the public an additional week or so, and then come to council. What's May 4th? Yeah,
Would be the next, after April 20th.
yeah. I don't. Do we have in the motion the dates? I don't think so.
No, you don't. No, that's the reason why I printed
Yeah.
your.
So I don't think the committee has any hard set dates, but I think it behooves us to adopt the plan before the elections.
Right. So, just so I'm clear, what are you asking for on the 13th? Are you still asking for that, or are you willing to move that date, allowing administration and the partners to get more information?
My approach normally is let's try to get it ASAP.
Yeah.
Then if there are delays, then we've got some flexibility 2 weeks later on May 4th. So let's try to respect 13th. Maybe we can tell the stakeholders they have until the 20th. And then we'll still have the public presentation on the 13th, and then we'll gather all the information. We'll be here, we'll hear what the public has to say, and then when we get the feedback from the stakeholders, then we'll have all that information to digest in time for the April 20th meeting. And if members of council don't seem ready to make that decision, somebody can move to table or to refer to the next public meeting of council. It's always a possibility for council. But let's try to do it ASAP, and if we can't, be flexible.
I just want to make sure before we end the conversation that our city administration understands exactly what's happening on April the 13th. So it would basically be another presentation of your plan or just input from the public?
We can go, I don't think we need to repeat the public presentation, but just open the mics up for people who are opposed or against or have suggestions. And if it lasts an hour, it lasts an hour. If it lasts two, it lasts two. But I think this is we need the stakeholders and the public to be on board with what we're doing. I will add a personal note. What we tried to do is a crime reduction and prevention plan for the city of Moncton. But the RCMP does not answer to the city of Moncton. So the measures that we have for the RCMP have to go through the CRPA. The measures that we control, we can do something about it. But we are asking a lot from the province. That's not going to be done in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. They might have initial conversations or initial comments, but this is sort of, crime is a serious, public safety is a very important service. We have a whole bunch of other plans, environmental, climate change, social inclusion, but we don't have a plan on crime. This may not be perfect, it can be tweaked, it can be improved come budget time, maybe some things will be delayed, but at least there's a plan, and there's measurables. And citizens can hold us, next council, to account to say, what have you done with the money? How many officers are there? What's the crime rate at? You know, all that information that's in the 4 pages of a plan. The other recommendations are things that are required to achieve the plan efficiently and effectively. So two sides to the same coin. But let's ask especially the citizens to focus on the plan. I don't think the citizens are fully aware of they might say, yeah, it's not right for the province to collect the fines. We pay the RCMP members, they issue fines, the fines are paid to the province. That makes no sense to anybody, except maybe the province. But I don't think we should bother the citizens with, if they want to, that's fine, it's in the appendix. If they want to address the recommendations in the appendix, that's fine, but I think we should ask them to focus on the plan. Are the measures in the plan sufficient? Can we do more stuff or more of this and less of that? That's what we got to hear from the citizens.
Okay, good, because there's no question public safety is number one, and it should always be viewed as number one. And I'll never understand how the fines are just collected by our paying police officers and given back to the province, and very little given back to us, zero. Okay, so thank you. Mr. CAO, I'd like to ask you a question. After hearing Councillor Bourgeois speak, do you have a clear direction on an April 13th public meeting?
Thanks for the question. Thank you for the opportunity. I was waiting for the opportunity to ask because, again, I think this is important, and we're going to need to ensure that we do it appropriately if we're going to get the results that we're looking for. One of the elements, again, I'm just going through here, is the amount of time to stakeholders to be able to provide meaningful reflection on what is being requested, specifically around RCMP and the province and whatnot, and concerned that a week would be unrealistic to expect anything significant from those bodies. I also think that from historically, for council's reflection, administration would provide at least the impacts on the operational impacts of such of a policy to the city. Financial, human resources, and as well as our legal authority to take on some of these elements that have been identified. To be able to provide council with that information for them to have, for council to have the informed debate and discussion and make the decisions that they want. That's going to take a while because there's a lot in here to be able to how should I say, digest and determine on how we would be able to address those elements. The last piece is around the public hearing and or special public meeting. My initial take on this, and we've had some conversations with staff, is to ensure that we structure it properly to get that level of conversation with the public that council is looking for. So we would need some time with committee or Conseil Bourgeois specifically to be able to kind of get a sense on how do we prepare that meeting and how do we structure it in such a way to provide residents with the information they require and pose the right questions so you can get the information or that you're seeking from residents. So at quick view, that would be it. It would be my expectations that our stakeholders would not be able to provide us that information before a few weeks minimum. That it would be very difficult for administration to be able to provide you an overall full operational impact to the city in that timeline. But from a special public meeting, it's something we can organize as long as we ensure that we have that conversation to make sure that we're asking the right questions. And that would be from administration's point of view.
Good, thank you. Councillor Edgett.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I find it very unusual. I've been on council for 2 mandats to date now, and I've never attended a public hearing on an issue such as this. All the public hearings that I've participated in came from urban planning usually and had to do with land issues and that sort of thing. So I don't know, and I think I'm hearing that we don't have a procedure necessarily in place to provide on-the-spot public hearings for issues that council should be deciding. I think some of the steps recommended at this time are very premature. I certainly hesitate to move quickly when staff, as has been pointed out by our general manager, have not had we've not given them the courtesy nor the respect to ask them for their overall view and the actual impacts that this will have on our city. And there are lots of impacts financially to start with, and from a human resource point of view as well. So I will be voting against this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bourgeois, I know your light is on, but are you responding to something, or do you have some? Councillor Legier is waiting as well.
I just wanted to respond to the city manager. The reason why we invited Downtown Moncton Inc. and we consulted with Enough is Enough, we invited them in, the RCMP as well. We invited them in. We had a good conversation with them. I do not think they will be surprised by the plan, but if I would rely on them to say whether or not they can respond before April 20th. If they can't, that's fine, then we'll deal with it.
Right.
But I am confident that all of these organizations that have addressed this issue for, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years, whenever the crime wave started, can react to this plan, to the recommendations. The one that I'm looking forward to, but I don't expect within 2 weeks, is the province. So the other ones, I think we could. But let's give them a chance, and if they say, listen, we need 2 more weeks, okay, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But the province, I think, we're probably going to get a no anyways, but if we get a yes, that'd be great, or at least a willingness to say, let's sit down and figure this out, because they too are responsible for public safety. They should be taking our hand on this and collaborating, but instead of, as I said, instead of a top-down approach, if they should say, listen, you decided not to have a provincial police force and a provincial fire, that's fine. If you still maintain that position, they could still do it. But if you want us to do public safety with our own local or regional police force and our own local or regional fire services, give us the tools to do it. Stop preventing us from having peace officers. It's such a simple little request that they seem to blow up out of proportion to what is actually needed by us. We decide we want that, but no, it's up to them to decide. Stop being paternalist, come down to our level, and let's sit down and talk dans le blanc des yeux, comme on dit.
Good.
Merci.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Legier.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I guess a couple things. I don't think we'll have all the answers, and the point is to, it's a future roadmap, it's a plan. And so if you don't put things out there and work towards results, we're never going to get there. If we ask the province simply tomorrow, what do you think of this? They're going, I know what the answer will be. The situation is we've outlined some of the things, some of the challenges, and those are the starting points with respect to the discussion. I feel that there's a few things we need to do. I think the general public would be interested and should be involved in terms of looking at this and saying, do some of these things, what do you think? When it comes down to future considerations and can we afford these things and so on, quite frankly, you know what? We're not there yet in terms of doing the analysis. We need to figure out what it is that the community wishes to, and the things that are required to move our city forward. So we've got that. When it comes to the time frame maybe for consultation, and maybe I'll ask the clerk, is there normally, what is the time frame to call a special meeting of council, for example? Is it a week?
It's usually a couple of days.
Couple of days?
Couple of days, yeah.
Okay. So, you know, next week might be early, might be too early. We might, I mean, if it's up to what council wants, but Tuesday the 21st could be an option where it allows some time. We put the document out there. We let people know that we'd like a response back. I don't know. Then we have our council meeting, I think on the 20th, and then the following day, the Tuesday, we have a special meeting. Something I'd like to put out there is if we're going to do that, then I think it should be, and it only has one item, it should be a 7 p.m. meeting. And we structure it from 7 till 9, for example, perhaps. And then it's clear that we are not starting at 4 o'clock where half the people can't get here. And so anyway, just some thoughts. And then with that, we probably could then bring it to the May 4th meeting. So that would just be, because we're looking at, and in the report. May 4th, yes, we would bring it back on May the 4th.
No, I just wanted to set expectations on what we believe and agreed that some organizations will have more chance to respond quickly than others. I think the other piece as well is if we structure it as a special public council meeting, we have to consider making sure we have quorum and the structural pieces around a council meeting versus a consultation session, which is an invitation, open invitation. So, but if it's a special public council meeting for council to hear from residents, I think we need more than 3 days to advertise. If you want to get the participation that you want, we need to be able to get the word out and ensure that, that we're able to communicate more than what we could in a 3-day window. So those are the kinds of elements that I think that I was trying to get along or get through. And then, you know, again, it's the will of council, so if the will of council wants to move in that direction, we'll take it on and work with the committee to make sure that we structure it appropriately to get the results you need.
So a suggestion would be then Tuesday, the 21st, it gives ample time to call a special public meeting of council, 7 PM. And no, we're not going to have all of the answers. I get that. But if you have, if clearly the response to the plan come back saying these elements, we like them, the organization that's responsible, it'll be their challenge to say, okay, what do we do with this? I think that's what we need to do, because we know if, you know, we know the items that we're having problems with and we're struggling with, and they're in that report. So I feel that this is a better approach, and I hope that, you know, we can move that along and see where it brings us at the end.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Leger. So Councillor Bourgeois, Councillor Butler, since you both moved the motion, we're hearing a different date. I know the date's not in your motion, but it is in your presentation. So are we okay with April the 21st, looking at that? Councillor Bourgeois?
I have no problem in giving staff discretion. I think council should insist that the decision be taken no later than May 4th.
Right.
If possible, earlier on April 20th. But if it's not, and if it's not a special public meeting, that it'd be just a consultation session, which seems to be less complicated to organize, I don't know. But, you know, I think maybe for council, we want to consult stakeholders. We want to consult citizens. We want to make a decision by May 4th. Poof, make it happen, staff. I don't know how Councillor Butler feels, but I'm flexible in the wording.
Okay.
It's the timing of it that's most important.
I know
Merci.
that you've worked hard and the committee's worked hard, and in that report, I see a solid date of April 13th. I just want to make sure that before we move forward, we're looking at April 21, as per what was discussed this evening. Okay. Councillor Butler?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess, you know, we put so much work into it, I just want the end result to be the right one. You know, the date is important, but, you know, I would like this council to make that decision when we can get it there, but make sure that whatever we do it right. We want to make sure, after doing all this work, and it was a lot of work, a lot of dates, a lot of time. My staff, you know, Councillor Edge had said that, that staff didn't think that staff was involved enough, but, you know, we had staff there every day that we had a meeting. Everybody that was involved, from the bylaws to the RCMP, everybody was there. This is not new to staff. I mean, it is trying to arrange a meeting, which I have no problem with, but I just want to make sure that when it goes out to the public, that it goes out the right way and everybody gets a chance to speak. Thank you.
Good, thank you. I appreciate that, Councillor. So, seeing that we have a motion before us this evening and clearer direction now, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Mr. Serge Doucette, Mr. CAO.
I think I just want to make sure that we have permission to post the report online, right?
That was my question. Yeah.
So I know, well, I just wanted clarification on that, so if by this decision, we are also going to be able to post that report online. Okay.
That's okay, Councillor Bourgeois? And the committee? That's perfect, great, thank you. So seeing Councillor Richard.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just wondering on the timeline, we said 7 o'clock at night. We're expecting a lot of people. Do we actually think that can happen in 2 hours? Like, I would almost suggest a 6 o'clock start, but.
Mr. CAO.
I'm going to take the discretion that Conseil Bourgeois has indicated. We'll consult with staff. We'll look at how the day becomes organized, and then we'll set the time and date that we can accomplish what we need.
Okay. And the venue would still happen here, or?
Excuse me, what was that?
The venue, it would happen here in Chambers?
We'll keep everyone posted, yeah,
Okay.
on how that looks.
Okay, perfect. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. No other questions on the matter, so I will ask for the vote. So motion passes. We have one nay vote. Councillor Edgett. Madam City Clerk?
The next item, we have no reports from administration. Il n'y a pas de rapport de l'administration ce soir. Next would be reading of bylaws et lecture d'arrêtés municipaux, and they are all second and third readings. So the first one is pertaining to Vision Lands, Z12215, and I will need permission from council for second reading.
So I'll look for a mover and a seconder on that. Mover is Councillor Legier, seconder is Councillor LeBlanc. Need a vote on that, correct?
Yep.
By show of hands?
Yes,
So all those in favor, show of hands. All those opposed? Oh, Councillor Bourgeois, sorry, my screen is not on, so there, you are up.
Yeah, no, the point I raised earlier, I modified Z 122.15. Do I need to re-mention that modification?
No, you wouldn't have to because you had given permission for me to give second and third reading. However, I always ask for a mover and a seconder, so the change will reflect that it be established.
So, so the bylaw we are adopting, 122.15, will be
Will include,
modified
yes,
the way
we
that
will
we...
modify it, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. So show of hands, again, once again, motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton's municipal plan being bylaw Z122.15, Vision Lands. It's a second reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté concernant l'adoption du plan municipal de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z122.15, terrain d'avenir, deuxième lecture. Third reading, please.
So I need a mover and a seconder for third reading, moved by Councillor Bourgeois, or sorry, Councillor Butler and Councillor Richard. All those in favor, show, is this electronic?
So usually electronic. Yep, she's nodding yes.
This will be electronic.
Councillor
Councillor-
Legier and Councillor Bourgeois, could you register your vote? Third reading. Thank you. Bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton's municipal plan being bylaw Z122.5 Vision Lands, third reading. Arrêté pour la modification de l'arrêté concernant l'adoption du plan municipal de la ville de Moncton, soit l'arrêté Z122.15 terrain d'avenir, c'est la troisième lecture, and we will reflect the amendment.
Great, thank you.
The next is another one for Vision Lands, and it's Z222.60.
So permission to read the second vote. I'll need a mover and a seconder on this. Moved by Councillor Butler, Councillor Kingston second this.
Show of hands.
Show of hands, please. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z222.60 Vision Lands, second reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z222.60 terrain d'avenir, c'est la deuxième lecture. I need third reading.
So I need a third reading. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Butler, seconded by Councillor Steves. Oh, this is an electronic vote.
Yep.
Perfect. Motion passes.
A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton bylaw being, zoning bylaw being bylaw Z222.60 Vision Lands. It's a third reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z222.60 terrain d'avenir, c'est la troisième lecture. I will require second reading for Vision Lands Z122A.1.
Second reading, okay, so moved by Councillor Butler, seconded by Councillor Kingston. We'll need a show of hands on this. All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton secondary municipal plan Vision Lands being bylaw Z122A.1 Vision Lands. It's a second reading. Arrêté portant modification du plan municipal secondaire, plan sur le terrain d'avenir, soit l'arrêté Z122A.1 terrain d'avenir. C'est la deuxième lecture. Third reading, please.
Third reading, I'll move a mover and a seconder. Councillor Edgett, you wish to move? Councillor Steves, you wish to second? This will be electronic vote. Motion passes.
A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton's secondary municipal plan Vision Lands being bylaw Z122A.1 Vision Lands, third reading. Arrêté portant modification du plan municipal secondaire, plan sur les terrains d'avenir, soit l'arrêté Z122A.1, terrain d'avenir. C'est la troisième lecture. Next would be for the 31 Killam Drive reading.
So I'll need a second, I'll need
for
a
second reading.
mover and a seconder, Councillor Legier, Councillor LeBlanc. This will be
Show
a
of
hands.
yep.
All in favor, show of hands. Motion passes.
A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z222.62, 31 Killam Drive, its second reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la Ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z222.62, 31 Promenade Killam, c'est la deuxième lecture. Third reading, please.
So I'll need a mover and a seconder on the third reading, moved by Councillor Kingston, seconded by Councillor Legier. This will be electronic vote. Motion passes.
A bylaw and amendment of a City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z222.62, 31 Killam Drive. It's the third reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la Ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z222.62, 31 Promenade. C'est la troisième lecture.
I'll need a mover and a seconder for this. Oh,
There's
sorry.
no,
No, we're done there.
We did that
Yep.
one. Now I have one.
Sorry, I'm ahead of you.
No, I do not have another one in here, sorry.
Church Street.
The next item is notice of motions and resolutions, avis de motion et résolution. And this evening, there's a municipal plan finance corporation application for borrowing spring bonds. It is in Councillor's package, and the media also has it, so I don't need to read it into the record. I just need a mover and a second.
Perfect, so I'll look for a mover on this, Councillor Kingston, seconder, Councillor Edgett. So Councillor Kingston moved it, Councillor Edgett seconded it. So this is electronic vote?
Yes.
Motion passes.
And nothing
Madam
else.
City Clerk, I don't believe there's any appointments to any committees.
Nope.
Before we adjourn, I'd like to take the time to staff, or to say thank you to administration, the public, as well as council members for allowing me to host tonight's meeting. I know Councillor Terrio was away on a well-deserved vacation, and I may have stumbled along the way, but at least we got through it, and not record time, by the way. But that's okay. Councillor Richard, you wish to? Move to adjourn. So moved. Motion adjourned. Thank you.